Culture Foundation.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again, and welcome again. I'm the person that says so many welcomes, so some of the things I say, people that were here yesterday will hear it again. But there are new people in the room, and there are more people coming. They're in different places at the moment. We have some parallel events. So this is, as you know, the 11th Athens Democracy Forum in association with the New York Times, and we're very happy to have Stephen Dunbar-Johnson with us today, President of International at New York Times. And we're grateful for the cooperation of all our stakeholders, United Nations, Kofi Annan Foundation, and the City of Athens. But as we enter our second decade, we do so, I believe, with renewed energy, hope with a bit of gusto, more features and projects. So amongst us this year, we have some 30 teenagers that are joining us from various countries around the world for them to hold their own Teens ADF. They will be mixing with us as well, but they will also be presenting to us their views tomorrow. We have some 20 members of parliament and legislators from parliaments around the world for our brand new Caucus of Parliamentarians initiative that Ian Walker from New Democracy Foundation is running for us. We have the winner of the Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize. We'll be hearing from her later and tonight. Yesterday, as you know, we launched the Hall of Fame, the Democratic Innovators Initiative with Apolitical. And on Tuesday, we launched the two initiatives, the Nexus of Climate and Democracy, with a delegation of about 20 people coming from the United States, a consortium that includes the Arizona State University. And the second project, the Permanent People's Assembly for Europe, that will kick off and will have the proper Citizens' Assembly taking place same time next year in Athens, parallel to the forum. And that's led by the European University Institute. And there's, I think, about 30 people led by Calypso that are here from Florence and other parts of Europe. And of course, we continue with our previous partnerships. Our 24 students from GLAA, they've been with us, different students, university students every year since, I believe, 2016. So what can I say? Wow, you're quite a crowd. So thank you for being here. I think we should give a round of applause for all these new people and for all of you. So it's really not a bad way to kick off our second decade, an award recognizing youth, a Caucus of Parliamentarians, a Hall of Fame, Teens ADF, Climate Democracy Nexus, and a Citizens' Assembly. And that's because we dare to hope, and we dare to be ambitious. But daring to hope, as you know, is the theme of this year's forum. So this is in addition to the other projects of Building Blocks, Digital Toolkit, and the all-important EU Horizons Orbis project that glues all of them together. So as you can see, after 4 years, almost 4 years, of the Athens Democracy Forum taking the form of a non-profit with the Democracy and Culture Foundation, still in association with the Times, the forum really has become an incubator of ideas, and it has also become a megaphone for the projects that we do and the partners that we have. So it is a megaphone that we encourage you to leverage, and in one small way you can do this today by using spreading the word through social media. So you can see everything here, handle Forum Athens, hashtag Athens Forum. But let me talk a little bit about the program that we have today. As I explained, yesterday was our do day. Today and tomorrow is our talk day. So we're entering the more journalistic sensibility of the times of panel sessions. And then on the weekend, we have our think session. So we have a program so very well crafted by our editorial director, Kim Conniff-Tabor, whose many thoughts I'm sharing here. So thank you, Kim, and also thank you to the man sitting next to you, Serge Schmeiman, who has been here from the very beginning and still giving us advice on the program. So Serge, we thank you very much, and it's great to see you coming back this year. So our task in Athens these 2 days is to explore the innovative approaches needed to overcome all the hurdles that democracy is facing and giving us hope to dare. Now, our program is split in 3 sessions. We have one pillar, which is case studies, analyzing the future of specific regions and issues. This year we have 4. We have Africa, Ukraine, Latin America, and the US-China relationship. The second pillar is rethinking our futures in our thematic pillars, the 4 thematic pillars that I mentioned yesterday. But this year we look at security, we look at climate, AI, education, and last night, civilizational states. Tonight, polarization should be another very interesting panel. And the third pillar, something we introduced last year on the initiative of Kim, all this will alternate with tutorials and workshops on emerging practical tools, methods, and innovations for democracy. So despite the doom and gloom, there are a lot of positive things happening out there, and we should never lose sight of that as we try and help democracy to evolve. Thank you for nodding, Luca. So we have a diverse group of the brightest and often youngest. We're getting younger and younger every year. Young minds in academia, politics, business, and civil society. Our speakers moderated by our talented journalists from The Times, led by the host of Athens Democracy Forum, Roger Cohen. And they will help us, hopefully, to come up with a prescription for a new breed of democracy. So we'd like the panels to be a little bit more solutions-focused, and in order to encourage our speakers to be more solutions-focused, please interject, ask questions. I know that our next speaker doesn't need much because he's full of solutions. Art, I'll come to you in a moment. Our team at the Democracy and Culture Foundation, who's now the organizer of the forum, as you know, have embarked on a series of all these projects devoted to our thematic pillars. This solutions into action, the think, talk, do, always keep in mind the do. And we also want to do the do with a bottom-up approach, a more grassroots approach, engaging citizens and especially our teenagers and our youth. So it's a journey that we're taking into deliberative democracy. Now, above all, I would like to thank all of you, our delegates, both in person and virtually, for engaging with our forum and our foundation in our quest to make things happen, to change the world by helping democracy evolve, empowering society, citizen engagement, better governance. That's what we're all about. We wouldn't be able to do this with the support of our sponsors, our headline sponsors, Microsoft, Climate Democracy Initiative, Arizona State University, Tai-J University, Tai-J Future Consensus Institute, Google, our gold and silver sponsors, EBRD, Libra Philanthropies, Berggruen Institute, and so many others like Aegean and many, many others that you see on the screen here. There's almost 30 of them this year, so please join us in thanking them for their generous support. Because it is with their support, the support of our sponsors, that this forum extends beyond this room. And the Times has been gracious to us with publishing a special report in today's paper. There's 4 pages. Farah Nageri, thank you for editing this. 4 pages on Athens Democracy Forum. And then a week later, there will be a follow-up special report. Farah, I believe, October 7? Yeah. So look out, buy the paper every day, and you'll find Athens Democracy Forum one day next week, towards the end of next week. So what we talk about here will be published throughout the world, 160 countries that the Times is delivered to. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I will invite Art O'Leary, the CEO of Electoral Commission of Ireland, to deliver this year's opening provocation. This will be followed by Stephen Erlanger. His panel on the future is African, which is quite an appropriate kickoff for panels because, you know, by year 2050, 1 in every 4 people on Earth will be African. So quite appropriately, we're looking at Africa. But first, it's all about citizen engagement, and Art O'Leary, with your great experience in this field, please join us.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be back in Athens, the birthplace of Athena, goddess of wisdom. And there was great wisdom in this room yesterday. Let's see if we can keep it up today. I'm going to tell you a story about Ireland and its experience with deliberative democracy, and in particular, citizens' assemblies. About 10 years ago, I was sitting at home on my sofa, 11 o'clock at night, watching reruns of The West Wing, and my phone rang. And I don't know about you, but nobody ever rings me at 11 o'clock at night to say they're having a good day. So I was working as a member of the senior management team in the Irish Parliament at the time, so my heart sank because I was responsible for communications, and I assumed it was the editor of a newspaper ringing with a story that was going to make my life miserable for the following week. So I nervously answered the phone. Hello? And it was our Prime Minister. And he said, Art, I have a job for you. I said, well, Prime Minister, this is going to be a very short conversation. I have a job, thank you very much. He said, no. This government had just been elected after the financial crisis in 2011 with a manifesto that was full of transformation. We're going to change the way we do business, to change the way we do government. And he said, we have this thing in our program for government. It's never, ever going to work. But it's in the program for government, so we have to do it. I said, well, tell me a little bit about it. He said, we're going to put 100 people in a room. We're going to ask them a pile of hard questions. And then we're going to take what they recommend and see what we can do with it. And I said, yeah, you're right, that's never going to work. And he said, I know, but we promised we would do it. We're a government that keeps our promises, and so we have to do it. So we had a conversation, lasted about an hour. And at the end of this conversation, I said, let me see, Prime Minister, if I have you right here. As long as I don't kill anybody or spend any money, I can do whatever I like with this group of people. And he said, I knew you were the fella for me. So that was the story. I rang my boss and I said, listen, I'll be back in 6 months. I have to go and do a thing. It's never going to work, but keep my seat warm. Nothing astonishes me more that 10 years later, I'm still talking about this. And even more astonishingly, I'm still doing it. I ran 2 citizens' assemblies in Ireland in my spare time last year because this is the way that Ireland does business now. There is something going on in the world right now. There is a hunger across the globe in political systems to get citizens involved in decision-making and policy development. And citizens want to be involved in this role as well. In the last 17 months, I've turned up in 36 different countries to tell this story. And being a shy and retiring type, I don't force myself on these countries. There is a hunger out there. They knock on the door and say, we need to do something to get our citizens involved. Tell us about Ireland. So I'm going to tell you the story now about Ireland and the last 10 years. Two things we need to confront immediately is the criticisms of citizens' assemblies and deliberative democracy. The first, we already have a citizens' assembly. It's called the Parliament. Why do we need this group of random, unelected people with no mandate to tell us what we should be doing? And I always say in response to this is that these citizens are no threat to the political system. They are a support to enhance the decision-making process. Ireland is 100 years old. It was 100 years old last year. And for the first 90 of those years, we have developed policy and made decisions in a very traditional way. We elect governments who have a manifesto and say, this is what we're going to do when we get into power. We've got people like me, civil servants, mostly guys in grey suits and comb-overs with tan briefcases, who offer their views and their expertise on issues and then engage stakeholders. Ian spoke about this yesterday, people with the loudest voices who come and talk to government because they have skin in the game. All we have done is to add a fourth leg to this three-legged stool, to ask a group of citizens to help make decisions and to develop policy. The second big criticism is it's a very pejorative term, is that, well, this is just a focus group. And I said, well, there is one big difference between a citizens' assembly and a focus group. And a focus group, a polling company normally puts people in a room and they ask them there for their opinions. So, who's your favorite political party leader? What's your favorite breakfast cereal? Who does your car insurance? What do you think of abortion, marriage equality, or whatever the big political issue is of the day? And at the end of that session, they publish the news. Here's what the people of Ireland think. And a citizens' assembly, much the same. We put 100 people in a room and representative of our society, and we fill them with information. We expose them to enough information and perspectives that they developed an expertise in the subject. And at the end of that process, then we ask them the question, what do you think about marriage equality? What do you think we should do about climate change? What will we do about the issue of women's health? They're the two big criticisms. We have gotten over that hurdle. In our Citizens' Assembly last year on how we deal with the crisis of biodiversity loss, on our 100 citizens turned up on their first day. We're always pestering them with questions, so we surveyed them. And one of the questions was, why did you agree to be involved in this Citizens' Assembly? And 1/3 of them said, this is the way that Ireland gets hard jobs done. Think about that. That's extraordinary. 10 years ago, citizens' assemblies didn't exist, and now they are the way that we get hard jobs done. So the three ingredients for success for a citizens' assembly, to my mind and in my experience, one is the representativeness of the room. The 100 people that you have in the room have to be representative of your society, all of it. Ireland has a population of 5 million. It's quite easy for us in some respects, but we invest a huge amount of time and energy. And I must give a particular shout out to Ian Walker and New Democracy, who has helped us finesse our thinking over the years about how best to select our citizens. Some of it's easy, age, region, and gender. We've got 51 women and 49 men. We've got 12 people between the age of 18 and 24. We've got 28 people from our capital city, Dublin. And then we delve a lot deeper. We've got 4 farmers, we've got 11 people with a disability, we've got 17 people who weren't born on our island, and the list goes on. We whittle it down, we randomly select these individuals to make sure that it is Ireland in one room. Everyone in our country can look into that room and say, I'm there, I'm represented there, that's me. And if they don't look like them, they have the same opinion as them. The second issue is the selection of the topic. Not every issue is suitable for a citizens' assembly. In Ireland, we have changed our constitution on 3 occasions in the last 10 years on foot of a recommendation from a citizens' assembly. You know, we dealt with the issue of marriage equality. We did abortion. We even removed the offence of blasphemy from the constitution as well. Not every issue is suitable, but the representative nature of it is so important. On abortion, in particular, the citizens made a recommendation which went way beyond the expectations of government and of the media. So there was shock when they made their recommendation. And no, the Irish people will never go for that. Citizens' assemblies are broken. They don't work. We were fortunate with marriage equality. That was just, must have been luck. So the citizens recommended an abortion regime which was much more liberal than the government had expected them to recommend. And they said, oh, let's see. So the citizens in the room, they voted 67 to 33 for this women's health regime. When the question was put to the people of Ireland in a referendum, the result was 66 to 34, which proves 2 things. One is that room was perfectly representative of the Irish people. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, from our own perspective and this room's perspective, the Irish people were much more advanced in their thinking on this particular subject than the politicians were. Much more sophisticated, much more nuanced. The behavioral economists these days call this the wisdom of crowds. You know, that people will look at evidence and do the right thing. During the pandemic, Irish people were wearing masks on public transport a long time before the government told them that they had to. So they looked at the evidence and said, well, if I'm traveling on a bus, I should wear a mask. It protects me, it protects my fellow passengers. That makes sense. So when the government turned up 5 months later and said, you have to wear masks on public transport, we had a national eye roll. Yeah, we were doing this already. Not every issue is suitable for a citizens' assembly. You might ask in the current climate whether nuclear power is a proper or a useful or a valuable energy source. But would you ask a random group of 100 citizens to design you a nuclear power station? Probably not. So you have to be careful. The temptation with politics is that, whoa, citizens' assemblies that can solve all our hard problems. So be careful on the issue that you have. The third issue is what happens with the citizens' assemblies' recommendations after they have reported. And this is very, very important. And the Irish government and the Irish Parliament have been really strong on this particular point. When the Citizens' Assembly makes its recommendations and reports, it goes to Parliament, which establishes a special committee to examine these recommendations. They report, and then the government comes into the parliamentary chamber and gives a response. They announce which recommendations they're accepting and when they're going to be implemented, and more importantly, they explain which recommendations they are not accepting, and they give a reason why. This is so important. Everybody knows that the government and the Parliament retain complete control in relation to this particular issue, and that's so important. Citizens' assemblies are an assistance and a support to the political system. Just in the final minute that remains with me, I remembered this morning as I was strolling here to the hotel that I was in at a conference in the United States not long after the reversal of Roe versus Wade. And I spoke to this conference, which is made up of academics and politicians and civil society groups, and they said about our journey, they're changing our constitution to allow for abortion, and they said that could never happen here. And I recalled my original conversation with my Prime Minister. This will never work. I know the theme for this week's meeting is, can we dare to hope? Perhaps we have already moved on to, can we dare to act? Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary, very much. My name is Stephen Erlanger. I'm the Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times, and it's a great pleasure to be back here again. Thanks to organizers, sponsors, everybody else. We have about 40 minutes for an enormous topic, so we'll do the best we can. Mr. O'Leary just described at some length the workings of a country of 5 million people. We're talking about a continent of 1.2 billion people, at least, probably more. A continent that's very diverse. We call it Africa, but it's 100 different places and probably several thousand different languages. And what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about how the young people of Africa, which was perhaps 60% of the population's under 30, which is enormous, and vibrant and better educated, etc., how they will decide to rule themselves. I mean, which is really the question of democracy. And with us, we have three people who are deeply engaged in this process. Unfortunately, Ibioka Fabaroda couldn't be with us because of travel problems, but we have Caroline Gaita, who's executive editor of the Mazalendo Trust in Kenya, which looks at parliaments and tries to keep a transparent eye on what they're doing, which I think is a crucial part of democracy, which is public interest, public observation, public check of politicians. We have Adama Saneh, who's CEO and co-founder of the Moleskine Foundation, which does a lot with education, creativity, working with youth, and based in where?
Based in Milan.
In Milan, okay, fine, good.
I'm hardly there.
Yeah, exactly. And then filling in very gently and generously is Namatai Kwekweza, if I get this right, who runs the We Lead Trust in Zimbabwe, which again is encouraging young Africans to get involved with politics, to take on leadership. So the first thing I just want to ask you, we'll just start with you, Caroline.
Yes.
I mean, given the enormity of the continent, it's a little bit méchant, naughty of me, but what are the generalizations about Africa that annoy you the most?
He had promised that would come at the end, but thank you, Stephen, and really happy to be here. One is that, and you have said it, we are not one country. We are 54 countries, and with two countries whose independence is contentious, that's Somaliland and the Sahel. So 56 countries in total. We are diverse, different languages, different cultures, different religions, different political systems. And so even as we discuss democracy, it's very interesting, especially following up from the conversation last night on civilization, that our democracy is defined differently within the 54 countries. Yes.
Could you talk a bit more about that? Because I think that's really important. I mean, democracy, there are lots of ways of interpreting it. It's changed over time.
Yes.
I mean, we talk, President Biden talks about democracies and authoritarian states, which seems to divide the world much too simply. So talk a little bit about what you know best, perhaps your own country, and what are the models for the rest of Africa, you think?
So I'm from Kenya, and Kenya really has been one of the bastions of hope, despite some challenges we've had in the past. We are a country that has respected term limits. We are a country that has a progressive constitution that talks about the inclusion of women and youth. Whether that's achievable or has been achieved is a bit debatable. But again, when you look at the 54 countries that I've talked about, the diversity, you have presidents who've been in power for 40 years plus. You've others who've been in power for 38 years plus that have been removed in military coups recently. And still you have others like ours, and quite a number of them, that respect term limits, that serve 10 years and move on, that respect elections, that are working to promote transparency in elections through the use of technology. But you have others also that have pretentious elections where, elections take place, but they are rigged from the start to the finish. So it's really a mixed bag, right? But it's really a mixed bag of, exclusion, of inclusion, of diversity or lack of it. You have countries where women are leading. Rwanda is an example of a country that, despite its past challenges, has the highest number of women parliamentarians across the world. And yet you have others that, despite quotas, women still have no voice. Young people have no voice. And so perhaps to then look at the current issues that are emerging, military coups, is to ask ourselves, why do we suddenly have an increase in this? And you'll be surprised to know that, and perhaps we'll come to that, that there are other emerging issues, around how democracy is working for African citizens, and what democracy actors need to do to make sure that the democracy dividend really means what it should for the African continent.
That's a wonderful start, thank you. Adama, what drives you mad about the popular conversation about your continent?
The 40 minutes
How much
that we
time do I have?
can actually go on this. Look, there are many, and also being mixed, because my father was from Senegal and the Gambia, my mom is Italian, so I have the two perspectives growing up. It hit me in different ways. On one side, absolutely, the reduction of the African continent of one single story, it's always astonishing, even in 2023, it's incredible how poor the language is when we talk about the continent. And one of the crazy thing, and I use this word, is that you have incredible minds, especially from the West, that are some of the most articulated people, when they're dealing in their own field. And the moment that they're talking about the African continent is almost like their intelligence shut down, and they become like, just a spore of prejudice and stereotypes. And I found it quite incredible, because I'm always trying to wonder, what is that mechanism that happened in the mind of people at times? And sometimes, I even use this word, that arrogance that makes you feel that you are at the center of the world.
Do you think it stems from colonialism to begin with? Or, and then just to push you further, just on the question of democratization, is there any feeling that this too is an importation from old colonial powers?
Absolutely. The question of deconstructing the colonial, I would say, infrastructure, especially, well, not only, but I would say especially culturally, is extremely hard task, because the African continent is a space that has always been like somebody else's object. Right. Even yesterday, sometimes, and I'm saying it in a constructive way, but just the language that is used, is to say, the African continent is a geopolitical hub. all right? That is true, but in the language, intrinsically, there is in Italian we say depauperation. They take out, the subjectivity of the people of the continent. Right. And that continues, sometimes it's subtle, subtle language that still impose, that gaze on the continent. And it's extremely hard to shake it out. There is a poet, the former poet laureate from South Africa, who was, in a sentence in his poetry, saying, the father before my father knew the uses of fire, in a sense that time didn't start when colonialism started. And that, I think, is an important lesson that I hope everybody can only keep, not only in their mind, but in their heart.
Right. It's also very helpful. Namatai, I don't know how old you are, but you're a big Kofi Annan Prize winner. You're working with young people. You're trying to get them to lead. You're a generation that grew up, in a sense, post-colonial. Does that make a big difference?
Okay, so thank you very much. And just to answer your question, I am 24 years old this year. I think just a major reflection, and I absolutely agree with what he is saying, is that when we look at, Africa, and particularly I grew up in Zimbabwe, and I was born in 1998, and 1997 really was the peak of things going downhill. So I've never seen a functional society where, there's like proper, sanitation, there's like just basic things that are essential in terms of human rights. And I think the critical conversation for me as an activist has always been when we are putting pressure on the government and we are demanding that they deliver. They have often retorted to this position where they blame it all on the West, and they say, oh, the West gave us sanctions and we are part of a very ugly geopolitical infrastructure, be it financially, be it politically. And at some point, it almost felt as if it was rhetoric on their part, because there is a lot of corruption. No one can deny that COVID-19 funds were looted. No one can deny the state of dilapidation in our hospitals. No one can deny the issues around the lack of freedom of expression. We've got people that have been in jail, pre-trial detention, sometimes for over a year, which is absolutely absurd considering that we've got the 2013 Constitution. But when you do listen to some of the arguments that some of these leaders are presenting, it is true. And I think that for us as African citizens, and particularly as a young African, we are basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. Governments, true to say, must be held accountable. There is corruption, and we demand that accountability that is also indirectly fueled to a violation of our rights. If there is corruption in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health, it means that you will not deliver on the promise of education. You will not deliver on the promise of health. But also, if the global financial architecture, and by the way, it is strongly hinged on a lot of historical injustices, is tilted and skewed in favor of certain races, it is biased, and particularly from the premise of race and the premise of gender, very patriarchal. It often means that certain countries, particularly in the global south, but also in Africa, will underperform, and therefore they cannot deliver on the promise of democracy. So the idea is not to blame and point fingers. It's not to say they are wrong, we are right. It's actually to have a critical reflection around where do we bear the responsibility as locals within Africa, but also as the international system.
Just to press you for a second, there's a legacy of history. In other words, quite a lot of these leaders now were the fighters against colonialism. They won the wars of independence. You see this in South Africa also. There's a claim to leadership from the past, which somehow is used to excuse lots of problems in the present. Does your generation find that a particular burden, or how do you deal with that?
Okay, so that's a very great question. And what I will say is that the entitlement is real. The fact that we are the liberators, we fought to free the country, etc. But I think for me, and I always tell people this, that I'm Pan-African, I'm unapologetically Pan-African, and the ideology of Pan-Africanism, which subsequently was one of the fueling drives of the wars of liberation that swept the continent, is the idea that a centralized in the concept of human dignity. It is the dignity of the African. If you are liberators and you went to war to ensure that the African would get equal status, the African would be healthy, the African would be fed, the African would have education, the African would have access to opportunity, to dream, to be, to live like any other person in any other civilization. The African deserves the dignity of being recognized as a human being, and you are directly or indirectly participating in creating architecture and infrastructure and systems that inadvertently lead to the misery and suffering of an African, then you have absolutely no legitimacy to say that because I did XYZ 40 years ago, I now have the right to abuse people and to do whatever I want. The promise of the Pan-African dream must be delivered in our lifetime. And if it means that we must continue the struggle to actually find our dignity, to have health, to have education, we young people will continue to fight. And this is exactly the tension between older generations and younger generations.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the things that is simply true about democracy, let's put it that way, it's a struggle. It's not a steady state, right? I mean, there's always institutions, interests, people who want to subvert it, who want to use it to their own ends. So watching over it, I think, is a key part of keeping it alive. You, Caroline, you brought up something that I think would be interesting to all of us, which was suddenly you see in the Sahel like 6 coups in a row. Which seems to cut against what we would love to talk about, which is increasing democratization. Is this just the end of France-Afrique? How do you interpret this? And is it temporary, or is it something different? Is it a function of a growing sense among leaders in the world that they can get away with this stuff?
Okay. First, let me start from the positive news. A recent study by Afrobarometer on the state of democracy in Africa actually shows that about 67 to 70% of Africans support democracy in all its totality. And so for us, democracy is a system that works and must continue to work for the continent. Having said that, the same research does show that out of the 67%, about 36% of those that support democracy, 36 to 46% are not satisfied, unsatisfied with how democracy is working. And I think therein is the biggest challenge for democracy in Africa, that democracy is not, as much as it has global support from the continent, does not seem to be working for the citizens. And so the citizens are then saying, look, we want democracy to work. In addition, there's a certain, still in the same research, about 36% of the citizens that were interviewed felt that if their leadership is not working, never mind they've been democratically elected, they support military intervention in certain ways, which is not a good sign for the continent. So we posit then that the biggest challenge to democracy is not so much the military rulers that are overthrowing governments, but actually the democratically elected leaders that are not working for their people. What Namatai talks about, the attachment to the past, the attachment to the corruption, the insecurity, the living cost of, the rising cost of living. And so for democracy to work, we really must define and begin to ask ourselves how it's paying for the citizens. We must make sure that even as we speak about leaving no one behind, then we are carrying, especially the young people, these statistics that I'm talking about, support, and part of it could be nostalgic. They've not seen the negative consequences of military interventions. So it's something that we must address. I do not think that it's a wave that's likely to last, because as I'm saying, we as Africans support democracy, we support rule of law, we support democratically elected leaders. It's just bridging the gap. And to just add to one thing she has talked about, you've talked about the colonial hang-ups. Kenya is one of our current administration, our current president and his government is a post-independence president. He's the first generation of a president born after independence. Our average parliamentary age is made up of people who were born after independence. And if you looked at our elections, actually the campaign was between the past and the future, that it's time for young people to take it forward. But what does this inclusion of young people mean? In spaces where they are not in decision-making rooms, the cost of politics is driving them out of running for office, campaign promises are not kept, and therefore they feel excluded. So democracy must be made to work for the continent, and leaders who are democratically elected must be held to account so that then they don't negate and they don't soil the good work of, or the good support, the 67% of Africans that support democracy are not disillusioned to thinking that it's not the best option, and yet it must continue to be the best option.
No, that's good, because I mean, one of the great challenges, you know, in America too, in Europe is the democratic system actually delivering as much as it used to deliver, and is it delivering the right things for the right people, or is inequality growing everywhere? I mean, and so this is a kind of general problem, I think. Adama, what do you think? I mean, is this wave of coups a sort of temporary response to something, or do you see it as more an augury of the future?
Well, so to me, the premise starts again with what is our capacity to hold complex conversation about the African continent, because more truth can hold together. What has been said is extremely right, is extremely correct. The description between younger generation and older generation, I think it was you know, on point. All of those things hold together. Like, you know, our fathers that fought for independence did something extraordinary, extraordinary. At the same time, some of the people that are in power, you know, are betraying that original cause. And there is a young generation who fighting to something else. At the same time, the point of the single story narrative is not, or the single narrative is not only a problem the continent face. The problem is that the continent, the African continent, is challenging even the propaganda and the stories of the West. It doesn't hold on necessarily. Again, the story, history doesn't start when the West decides to start. So when we see some of these coups, you know, that are very much apparently, you know, against some principle of democracy, et cetera, but we cannot ignore that they're coming from existing injustices. It's, some of the people think that they're at war. They're at war because there are specific reasons. You know, Chad is a great example. You know, and that relation between Chad and France is an important example. Now, I don't want again to reduce, because that's the issue. I don't want again to reduce everything to the thing like, I know it's the West, and you know, like it's not. The point is that how can we get out of this dichotomic view of the world, and how can we hold the complexity? Yesterday we were talking about how so I think that, you know, we are in the era of creativity, all right, of creativity.
Right.
We moved from the era of information, where everything was about access to information, to the knowledge society, where the point of information was how do you transform it into knowledge. Now we know that whatever we knew yesterday is obsolete tomorrow. So now the question is, how can we use knowledge in a dynamic way? And this is particularly important in the space of democracy. I strongly believe that we live in a polycrisis moment, but the deepest crisis that we live is a crisis of language. It's such a difficulty, you know, to build the language to describe the multiple experiences, the multiple voices that are happening in the world. And the cost of having still the African continent at the periphery with all its complexity, at the periphery of this discussion, it's enormous. We look at yesterday, and there was a little bit of irony around, oh, what are the other way of democracy? Well, have you ever heard about the Truth and Reconciliation Council? Have you ever heard how societies, communities manage to go beyond the traditional way, a sense of justice, by reconstructing a sense of community? Have you ever heard the word Ubuntu? Of course, that all of you would know that that remained famous, in the West in the 90s because of Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu, that basically saying, I am because you are. And it completely takes us away from that dichotomic, view of, I and the other. That would help to have this concept like this in our language. And this is not just, some ancestral, narrative. Ubuntu is a concept that exists in the South African Constitution. Mm-hmm. It's a legal term. Mm-hmm. It shaped the institution. We really don't have anything, I'm going to say we in this case, I take my Western side, we really don't have anything to learn there. We're facing the crisis of migrants, right. All right? Again, it's a crisis of language, because the language that we have now, it puts us in a dichotomic view of the world. There's a word in Senegal that is called teranga. A teranga is a deep sense of welcoming. It's not just, oh, you're welcome. It's a deeper sense, it's a deeper value. If we'll be able to embrace and stay with that language, well, maybe some new thoughts would emerge. Mm-hmm. And this not only from the African continent, but I think it goes away with all the minorities, and knowledge that is out there, and language stays at the center of it. Maybe you will remember, one of the first documentaries that start denouncing the issue of climate change was this very difficult title that was called Koyana Skatsi. And it was like the first documentary with Philip Glass music. It became very famous and so on and so forth. But Koyana Skatsi is a word that is of the Opi people, in Native American. And the word literally means world out of balance, mm-hmm. Being out of balance. Mm-hmm. So there is language out there that can help us to reformulate our mission, mm-hmm. and to help us to make everything more complex so that we can overcome the crisis of meaning that we're living now.
Yes, well, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Because I always think, the world's always in a polycrisis in one place or another. I don't think it's ever been quiet and peaceful and stable. I mean, how many wars are there going on right now in the world? Probably 50. And yet we concentrate in the West basically on one of them right now.
But I think you're absolutely right. I think the thing that changed is that now we're not only in a polycrisis world, we are in a multi-voices world.
Yes, which in a way is more democratic, it's better, more confusing maybe, harder to keep control of. And that's why I wanted to come to you, Namatai. And also, when we get there, I'd love to have a couple questions. So if you're thinking of them, please think of some questions now. When we talk about, you're trying to get young people into leadership positions, into politics. Is it easier now to do it in a world that's this chaotic, or is kind of in some ways polarized by social media, by different passions that before maybe you didn't hear so much about, or does it make it easier?
So thanks very much for the question. And I think as I respond to that particular question, it's also very much important to reflect on the prior question, because I think there's just a very strong linkage. When you talk about countries, especially in the Sahel, you talk about Niger, you talk about Burkina Faso, you talk about Mali, Gabon, all of these countries, I think we cannot neglect to have a critical conversation around the persistent foreign interference in African affairs, which then also affects young people, how they participate, how they show up, and whether or not they will be represented or heard. We are democracy actors in Africa as young people. We believe in democracy. But persistently, if you listen to the conversations happening to the youth in Niger, which sometimes can deceptively make the world assume that they're supporting military coups, in which case they are not. These are conversations around self-determination. These are conversations around decolonization, around reimagining a future for Africa where Africans are treated as persons with equal dignity. And fundamentally, I think they're justified in demanding that for themselves because they deserve the dignity that a white European youth has. They deserve the dignity that an Indian youth has. They deserve the dignity like human beings because they are people too. But then you also have the encroachment of certain nations that are also capitalizing on the situation. You've got China, you've got Russia, maliciously seeing the opportunity, spreading decolonization propaganda when they themselves are also on a recolonization mission. And we are stuck, like I said, between a rock and a hard place. So what does it actually mean to a youth who wants to participate, who wants to build democracy? It means that most of these colonial powers, because their hegemony is centered around leaders who have a tight grip on power, who want to stay in power, all of these voices are excluded, literally, from the conversation. And the exclusion of young people on the African continent is very much systemic. It's also very much structural. And I will end this particular conversation by saying that when you look at the percentage representation, Zimbabwe had an election this year. And we know for certainty that to this date, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has not produced statistics on the number of young people in public office. We actually wrote to them requesting that they produce them because they do not see young people as a priority. We know that in Parliament today, only one young person, one woman in particular, was elected, and then there are a few other young men who were elected into Parliament. Very few, and they do not constitute more than 3% of the overall representation. And this is the trend across the continent. And we had to ask ourselves, why is this the case? And our inadvertent realization is that there is a systemic and structural construct around how to exclude young people. Fundamentally, it is hinged on the entitlement that we talked about earlier. We liberated you, we will rule. But also it is hinged on creating this political dynasties, as is the case with Zimbabwe, where now the president has appointed his family members as deputy ministers and ministers. And it's absolutely shameful. And these are his children, some of them are young. But then again, it's absolutely shameful because you've got a population of about 15 million people. I'm absolutely certain that if you use systems that are more liberal, systems that are open and fair and transparent, there are so many competent young people across the country who can assume that particular leadership role. So I think I'll stop here for now.
No, thank you. And of course, you've brought up a topic I almost didn't want to touch because it's so complicated and we had other things to talk about, which is disinformation and the role of China, Russia, and how African nations are responding to this effort to create a kind of anti-US dollar, anti-US sanction grouping. I mean, that's how I interpret the BRICS, really.
Just super quickly on that.
Yeah, please.
No, it's just to say that, because yesterday I think it came out, and more African presidents, in the right way, in the right way, they're using it, and the word is non-alignment. So we look in the 50s, we look at the Bandung Conference.
We've heard that before. Yeah.
We look at, exactly. So again, something that then by the West is right away considered as like anti-US or anti-Russia. Sometimes it's just a statement of subjectivity and independence. Yeah. And the statement is, well, in some cases we decide to take a non-alignment position on this.
I think that's a sensible position to take.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In our case, we're actually talking about multi-alignment because we have not defined ourselves as one way or the other. And there are a number of countries that are not aligned either way, that are not aligned to BRICS fully and are not supporting the de-dollarization campaign fully. But having said that, the whole concept of misinformation, disinformation, impact on elections, impact on perceptions, it's not peculiar to Africa. Perhaps what we are defining as our challenges is what you in Europe and in America, you are defining as inward-looking nationalistic tendencies that are affecting how perception of other people in other continents are perceived. And in terms of the China influence, for example, because that's something that you had mentioned, the most important thing to perhaps focus on is how citizens perceive that aid.
Yes.
And now you're seeing a lot of discontent, not with China per se, but because of the public debt implications.
Yes, exactly.
So we've talked about roads and belt infrastructure development, but citizens are saying, hey, wait a minute, you've given us the roads, you've given us the infrastructure, but where is the food? Why is our tax going up? And those are the conversations that we need to be focusing on, yes. That it is looking east at what cost, looking west at what cost, and what is in it for the African. And perhaps before I conclude, we started by saying the future is African. It would be good to define what this African looks like. This African is educated. This African has access to technology. This African was born in Namatai's age. Namatai has not known a life without a mobile phone, without technology of some sort. And so they have a global view. They know what's happening here. They also know what's happening in the continent. Yes. They know what's fair. They know what's not fair. And so for us, it's not to silo the perception. It's not to silo, to look in a silo the challenges that are facing Africa, but to put Africa, as when we speak geopolitically, it's to put Africa on the global map and ask ourselves what this future African, if it's going to be the largest continent, if it's going to have the highest population, how do we play a critical role? How do we inform? How do we invent? How do we innovate? How do we restruct? How do we reimagine? And how do we dare hope and create hope for the next generation?
That's great. Yeah. We are, of course, running out of time, but I'd love to take a couple questions. Do we have one of our young leaders who has their hand up? This woman in the back with her hand really high. Yes, you. Go ahead. If we have a microphone, yeah. Yeah, just project. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And also tell us who you are, if you don't mind.
Okay, so my name is Kenza Sifi. I'm Moroccan, coming from a background of international relations at Al Akhawan University in Ifran. I'm truly, honestly, it's so great to see people coming from different backgrounds, but especially as a Moroccan, it's good to see you talk and think and bring your ideas into light. First of all, one of the I'm going to comment on the women representation. Rwanda, for example, has suffered from the weaponization of rape during the genocide that happened a long time ago. And the quota system helped the representation of women, but one of the many critiques is it doesn't really represent the poor women because it's being used as a homogeneous term, loaded term. You spoke about language. So just to be mindful of the language and the representation that it holds, of course. And I would like to also ask a question about how do you imagine security in Africa? You talked about coup d'etats, but African country, as a loaded term again, has been bleeding for so many years. I'm going to focus on mercenaries.
I mean, just make it a question and then let someone else ask the question.
Okay. Academy, DYN Corp, some of the private military companies that challenge sovereignty in Africa. A lot of African governments outsource their military. How do you perceive that?
Thank you very, very much. Can I have another question, please? This I can't really see, but the lady, yes, you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Calypso from EUI and the Democratic Odyssey. And I loved everything you all said. And as a European, I would like to even push you one radical step further in post-colonial thinking, at least for us, and hear what you think. To me, we still have Europeans and Westerners going around Africa promoting democracy, democracy promotion. Lots of money, still big industry. Yeah. I would argue that we need to reverse the democratic gaze and ask you to come to Europe and say what we can learn from the practices of democracy in a very broad sense from the African continent. Successes and failures, you come and you tell us.
Great, good idea. One more if I can. This gentleman who's right near you. Yes, sir. That's fine. Right there. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry?
My name is Georgios
I can't
Gervas,
see him. Where?
entrepreneur and responsible for geopolitics and world economy. The question, I'm missing one word, the whole discussion yesterday and the last years. The magical word is respect. The question to you is, are you feeling respected from the rest of the world as African countries? And maybe this should be the next forum. We have to respect each other in our communication.
Thank you. And then which? Okay. Yes, the gentleman in the fez. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to salute the organizer of this program. My name is Darlington Mwokocha. I'm from Nigeria, the Senate.
Thank you.
And I would have loved to contribute on this seriously because I practice politics in Nigeria and in Africa. I've toured around Africa and some of the other international areas as well to say what really is happening in Nigeria, because Nigeria is one of the biggest countries in Africa. Sincerely, I want to ask whether democracy can operate independent of wealth distribution. Because to a very great extent, the interest lies on distribution of wealth. And this distribution of wealth is hinged primarily and extensively by external influence. I have listened to all the postulations since yesterday and therefore yesterday here, what we have been saying, how it can work well in Europe. That means totally, they are all the same. As a lawmaker, we have all the fiscal responsibility bill, we have all the things that have to do with rule of law, but in application and enforcement, how do I achieve that when the leadership, when the arrowhead, if I may borrow your word, that is the president and the executive, are being introduced into a system by external influence? And what you have today in Niger, for instance, is a reaction not on the coup, military coup. No person wants any coup, military coup in Africa, but we are reacting against economic coup. If we do not understand that as an economic coup, where some people now find themselves somewhere now dividing the African countries to their interest. Well, where will I get the oil? Where will I get the gold? Where will I get that? And at the end of the day, the youths are reacting because there is digital transformation presently. And this digital transformation has given us the opportunity to say, we do not want this, therefore let's make it public. So I think we need more pressure group like this kind of association or group or forum that can espouse and expose what is happening in Africa extensively.
Thank you, sir, very, very much. Now, I've let this run way over time, so I'm not actually going to come back to the panel because what we've had is more comments than questions, and I'm glad to have heard them, and I'm glad everyone else has heard them. But please talk to the panelists during the day, and I'm sure they'd be happy to answer your questions then. So please, a round of applause to... And just before I go, I'd like to introduce Jordanis Ayala, who's founder and CEO of CASEB, who should come up to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jordanis COL, and I am the founder and CEO of CASEB. CASEB, meaning of the people, is an organization that I founded in May of 2022. And we are guided by a two-pronged mission. First, countering rising and enduring authoritarianism. And two, advancing inclusive and resilient democracies, which is something that we all know no country has been able to achieve. And we think that it's important to pursue these two goals simultaneously, because at times in the pro-democracy movement, we make trade-offs. We make choices to counter authoritarianism that actually are not conducive to building an inclusive or resilient democracy in the long term. So we think it's really important that we hold these two goals concurrently. But how did I get here? Clearly, I have an American accent, and I'm telling you, I lead an organization with an Ethiopian name. And that's because my passion for democracy comes from my childhood experiences. I was born during the longest civil war in Ethiopia and grew up as a multi-ethnic girl, navigating all of the complexities that come with that as the country was transitioning to an ethnic federation. Eventually, I moved to the US in my teens with a deep passion for social justice and democracy. But like many people studying political science, I was quite unsure what that would mean for my career. But I became enamored by the idea of innovation and entrepreneurship to drive transformative change socially. And so that led me to venture philanthropy. I spent a decade at one of the pioneering venture philanthropy organizations in the US called New Profit, where I had the opportunity to support incredible social entrepreneurs working on education, workforce development, and other issue areas. And then I became a US citizen in 2016. And this is where my personal interest in politics and democracy converged with my professional interest in innovation and entrepreneurship. I became a part of a group of citizens that came together to organize the 2017 Women's Marches. We scaled the march from Washington, D.C. to become an event that took place across all continents, mobilizing 3 million people total. But what was instructive for me is what came after the march. I saw an incredible amount of entrepreneurial energy in the democracy space in the US at the time. And I started to ask myself this question, if we have innovation and social entrepreneurship to address all of these problems in a multitude of issue areas, why don't we have a similar frame to think about addressing the challenges in democracy? And so I started piloting this idea of democracy entrepreneurship in the US through an initiative I launched at New Profit. And as I got deeper into the democracy space, like many of you, it became clear to me that having national efforts alone is insufficient, which is what we're doing here, right? We also need transnational solutions for two reasons, amongst many. One is that the crisis of democracy, as we've been discussing, is global. Last year, the Freedom House reported that 8 out of 10 people lived in a country that is not free. What we also know to be true is that anti-democratic forces, the authoritarian actors, are collaborating. They're building networks of learning. They're sharing tactics across borders in what we have come to understand as the authoritarian playbook. And so given the enormous challenges that we face, and realizing that these issues are not just happening in burgeoning democracies, they're taking place in developed, diverse, and geopolitically significant countries like Brazil, India, South Africa, the United States, representing 25% of the world's population. So what this means is that we need to mobilize the entire democracy ecosystem. We need the private sector, we need the public sector, we need civil society, as well as the media. For us at CASEB, we're focused on civil society, in particular, innovation and entrepreneurship within civil society to accelerate the pace of innovation in the pro-democracy movement. From our research and analysis, we believe that effective pro-democracy efforts must have 4 characteristics. They need to be able to envision and execute impactful strategies. They have to be adaptable, nimble, and resilient. They have to maintain accountability with their constituents. And last but not least, they have to effectively balance short and long-term goals. This is what we refer to as democracy entrepreneurship. And now you might be wondering, who are democracy entrepreneurs? You've heard from many of them already at this forum, but they're like CASEB fellows, like Koketso Maweti in South Africa, who leads Amandla Mobi, which is building the political power of poor Black South African women through a digital platform. Or take Gabriel Marmentini of Policize in Brazil, that is leading an innovative civic education effort that is focused on both adults as well as young people. They're incredible and innovative democracy entrepreneurs like them and like the ones that you've met here in this room all over the world. But they need financial investment, they need capacity building support, and they need transnational solidarity and collaboration networks. And so that's what we're doing at CASEB. We're building an ecosystem for collaboration, innovation, and learning for the pro-democracy field, in particular for democracy entrepreneurs. And we're doing that through 3 impact initiatives. CASEB Democracy Fellowship, that supports democracy entrepreneurs, and I'll talk more about that. Our Global Democracy Champions Network, as well as lifting up insights and amplifying the innovations of democracy entrepreneurs so we can continue to bolster the field. So for our fellowship, after doing an analysis for about a year, looking at critical strategies that need to be supported and invested in, particularly during this year, and as we approach the mega election year of 2024 next year, where over 2 billion people will be casting votes across over 50 countries, there are 4 pillars that we've prioritized for the Democracy Fellowship investment: promoting free, fair, and trusted elections, building leadership pipeline for representative government, combating disinformation, and cultivating informed, empowered, engaged citizens and voters. Through the fellowship, we provide multi-year grants to the organization, a wellness stipend, as well as a 2-year community of learning and practice, and we're currently supporting 12 democracy entrepreneurs from Brazil, South Africa, and the United States. And to continue to amplify democracy innovation, similar to what we're doing here, we host Virtual Summit. We're a young organization, so this will be the 2nd year that we will bring people together. And this year, our focus is on preparing for the mega 2024 election year. Our summit is going to take place from October 24th, 26th, and I invite all of you to join us. And last but not least, when we talk about innovation for democracy, we have to be able to share insights across borders. And we're doing that here today. And we also hope to contribute to that by disseminating insights from our network as well as the entrepreneurs that we support. And so this is our first report that we published back this past May called Defending and Straightening Diverse Democracies. I invite you to download it here to learn more. But I want to close by saying that it's been so energizing for me to be in this room with all of you, because we are not daunted by the challenges that we face. We obviously have really immense problems facing democracy today, but I am energized by the fact that we're all here not only to understand and unpack the problems, but also seek solutions to defend and straighten democracy. So I hope that the democracy entrepreneurship frame that I shared today can be one lens that we can use to accelerate the pace of innovation in the pro-democracy movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordanos, and thank you to our fantastic first panel of the day. We're going to take a short break, about 25 minutes. We're running 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So please come back in this room for the next set of speakers.
Thanks to the Athens Democracy Forum and... Do you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. Thanks to the Athens Democracy Forum and all the partners. How many times have you talked with someone who believes that nobody listens to her? Or how many times have you talked to someone who believes that she has no prospects in life? I've heard these statements when I went out to the streets and talked with strangers about their feelings around their democratic engagement. And talking to the people is what we do at the International Youth Think Tank. The IYTT was founded in 2019 to let young people show the way forward to the future. Since then, we grew up a lot. And this year conference, we reached 600 applications from a third of the world's countries. The main goal of the International Youth Conference is to bring together young people aged 18 to 24 years and to develop tangible proposals to inspire policymakers on how to renew democracy. The other main activity of the IYTT is the citizen-centered method that we call the open chair democracy talks. These are actually were created here in Athens and were applied firstly at the Monastiraki Square during the 2021 edition of the Athens Democracy Forum. Since then, we ran the OCDTs in more than 50 cities across 5 continents. The OCDTs are made of 4 basic questions on democratic engagement that are, what are the first 3 words that come to your mind when you think about democracy? Do you feel like you have any power as a citizen? And do you feel free when it comes to choosing your life path? And what would it take to make you more powerful as a citizen? The beautiful thing about the OCDTs is that these are very simple and basic questions, yet very powerful. So when we collect the answers to these questions, we collect data around the feelings of the people on their democratic engagement. But most importantly, at the same time, we inspire the participants of the OCDTs to express freely their ideas, and hopefully in other contexts as well. While, at the same time, the youth fellows, who, like me, who run the OCDTs, feel that they have an impact in their communities and in the world. The other beautiful thing about the Open Chair Democracy Talks is that they can be tailored to specific contexts, as I did in Cyprus in spring, when I added 2 questions on the Cyprus problem, the so-called Cyprus problem, that were, do you feel that your concerns are considered in the management of the Cyprus problem? And what do you think is missing in the resolution of the Cyprus problem? As you may know, Cyprus has been divided for 50 years, suffering underdevelopment and social division, social and communal division. So the interesting thing about all these 6 questions that I asked in Cyprus was that in the replies, the people were expressing at the same time disenchantment, present disenchantment, while also expressing a strong hope for the future. And this encouraged me and 2 other youth fellows, Federica and Rabia, to run a participatory workshop on democratic engagement. Last week, we went to Nicosia and we ran this workshop in partnership with the UN Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus, UNFICYP. And we gathered representatives from local organizations, local youth organizations, to train them on the innovative method on democratic engagement developed by the IYTT. So first, we show them how we usually run the OCDTs, how we ask those simple questions to the people. And then we show them how we transform innovative creativity and innovative ideas into tangible proposals that every year are collected in our Handbook for Innovative Democracy. The three strongest ideas coming out of the workshop and the OCDTs were the need for education, the need for stronger institutions that can foster social change, and the need for economic redistribution. Now, these can be applied in many other contexts. The questions and the methods that we developed are so general that can be applied in many other places. And we do believe that in the case of Cyprus, these can foster democratization, conflict resolution, and peace building. Thank you for your attention. I hope that I've inspired you in these brief 5 minutes. If you want to know more about the IYTT, you can scan the QR code or type in your browser iythinktank.com. And enjoy the rest of the Athens Democracy Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luca. And that was the first of our bright ideas. I didn't have a chance to say it before, but the bright ideas are meant to be inspiring kind of short messages from some of our youth who are very active as democracy advocates. So thank you so much to Luca. We'll have a few more of those sessions later on. And the next session I'm going to introduce is Scott Graytek from Transparency International, who is going to give us a message about innovation in democracy, and some of the projects he's working on. So let's hear it for Scott.
Morning. Good morning, Athens. All right. Thank you for having me here today. As Kim mentioned, I'm going to be talking about how to advance and protect democracy in practice through campaigns, through action that can get us outcomes. And to do that, I'm going to be talking about a framework that we've picked up from working on national, state level, and local level campaigns in the United States. And then to illustrate that, I'm going to show you how this works through an active campaign that my organization is running right now behind a piece of bipartisan legislation before the US Congress. As some background, I work for the US presence of Transparency International. We're the oldest and the largest anti-corruption organization in the world. We have chapters in about 120 countries. And basically, we work through research, advocacy, and accountability campaigns to end corruption worldwide. In 2021, my organization helped pass the most important US anti-corruption law in a generation. It essentially ends the ability of corrupt foreign officials around the world to steal money from their people and to move and hide that money into the US financial system using anonymous shell companies. The law basically abolished anonymous shell companies in the United States. Think of all the horrors that were exposed through exposés like the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers. But writ large, I've been involved in over a dozen successful democracy campaigns, the only campaign finance victory at the US Supreme Court in the last 20 years, in helping to design a ranked choice voting system that the voters of Alaska adopted in 2020. So the framework that I've distilled from these experiences has three pieces. One is to do the hard work of identifying a policy, a reform that is not only impactful, but that is viable. Second is to, from that policy platform, build an ideologically inclusive coalition, harder than you would think. And the third, no need to reinvent the wheel here, is just doing the hard work of using a time-tested, tried-and-true advocacy toolkit. And I will show some of the things that we use in Congress now. All right, so let's see how this looks in practice. You see the ugly headlines. This is the problem that we are trying to solve. Authoritarian governments around the world, basically, are hiring former high-level US officials and military officers in attempts to grow their geopolitical, military, and economic influence. They are using these folks as hired guns to not only try and influence US policy to their liking, but also to launder their reputations to global audiences. Obviously, this has implications for global democracy, but we consider this to be a double bottom line for democracy because it has implications for American democracy. Imagine the public confidence in the integrity of our institutions when they see their high-level officials cashing out to take these positions, leaving voters and constituents wondering if it was future employment prospects that informed their decisions while they were in office. So, looking at the framework, how do we find a reform that is not only impactful, but viable? What is actually going to make a difference for these problems, but also be politically achievable in a very divisive, polarized political landscape? My philosophy is that it is actually often ideological purity. It is that policy perfection that gets in the way of something being good. We can be skewed by our partisan affinity or our reflexive ideological community that we associate with, as opposed to what is something that can actually get over the finish line. So here is our policy. Our bill would basically impose a lifetime ban on the top 2 senior-most officials for every US government department, agency, writ large, the Treasury Department, State Department, the Department of Justice, across the board, a lifetime ban on them lobbying, aiding, advising any foreign government, any foreign governing party, or any entity, a company, et cetera, that is majority owned or controlled by a foreign government or foreign political party. And for every senior level official across the government, so that is everyone who is subject to basically Senate appointment, every ambassador, for example, every department head, every bureau chief, they will now have a 3-year cooling off period after they leave government service before they can do the same. Those who break the law will face a very serious civil penalty, $50,000, and could face 1 to 5 years in prison. So, the way that we looked at this, how to address the problem, is this impactful? It addresses each of the situations that I described that are up here on the screen. And more importantly, it breaks that fundamental calculus and incentive system behind the revolving door. It's very difficult to have officials that have been out of office for 3 years exert the same level of influence and access. But it is also viable, and this is really the difficult part. There is a strong impulse for folks to want to, for example, punish the current administration or the current office holders by making a case and having longer penalties, to make this a lifetime ban on every official to try and drum up the case for why this is necessary, to have longer prison sentences or higher fines because they want to be able to use the current administration as an example of the problem. Also, we're only talking here about lobbying. We're trying to tailor it to the exact problem that we have a record for. We're not talking about somebody going to work for a foreign university or a foreign company or to help a foreign company make money in the United States. We are talking about officials who are being hired by foreign governments with the intent to influence US policy. And so finding that balance is often very difficult. And it feeds into the second part of the framework, which is building an ideologically inclusive coalition. In 2021, when we passed the law abolishing anonymous shell companies, we were able to bring together a pretty remarkable group of constituencies. We had, for example, the US Chamber of Commerce, the largest business association in the world, and the AFL-CIO, the largest union in the United States. We had the NAACP and the National Fraternal Order of Police. We had Friends of the Earth and ExxonMobil, all able to get behind this policy. We had the Trump administration, the Trump Treasury Department, and Representative Carolyn Maloney, who was then chairing the House Oversight Committee investigating the Trump administration. The value of this is that even if you have an ambitious and scrappy transparency organization like mine, it's not a fair fight to go up against the entire business community or the entire national security community. That's just pure basic politics. And so you've got to do the hard work of looking at ways to find strange bedfellows and divide those otherwise general communities to find your base of support. And oftentimes, it's challenging, but just to get out of your ideologically reflexive community, the people that you happen to have worked with or associated yourself with. Our coalition now behind this reform reflects much of that. We have one of the most conservative members in the Senate from Texas as our lead sponsor, and one of the most progressive senators from Vermont as our co-lead for this campaign. And then third, well, that's a charming guy up there. Third is really just to apply those tried and true advocacy tools that campaigns have been using throughout history to win democracy reforms. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here, right? We've got fact sheets that tell the story of the problem, that give it some geographic diversity depending on which members of Congress care about which parts of the world. We have letters of support that we get from different civil society organizations, different industries, different constituencies to show that there is robust support for this. We testify in Congress to make the case directly to folks and build coalitions on the Hill. And then we work hard to build a narrative behind this. And often it's strength in numbers, but it's strength and diversity of perspectives. Media like to hear why different organizations care about different issues. They think it is a hook to hear why a conservative national security organization and a very liberal, good government organization are teaming up on a piece of legislation. So these are simply some of the tools that we use. You leverage these tools, you use them in emails and outreach and tweets, in interactions with government officials directly. There is real strength in both numbers. There is real strength in diversity here, just as in any democracy. We are in an idyllic setting. I am grateful to be here, but I hope that when we all go home to our respective countries, we get back to rolling up our sleeves, we get back into the trenches, we get back to work to do the hard work for democracy. And I'm here to help if I can. Please reach out. Thanks.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm here with my esteemed panelists to discuss a minor question of the 21st century, which may in fact determine the course of the century, which is relations between the United States, which has been the world's #1 since World War II ended in rubble throughout Europe, and China, the world's great rising power. I'm joined not only by my friend and colleague Tom in Washington, D.C., but also by Keiyu Jin, who is Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics, and once again by Dingxin Shao, who is a retired Professor of Sociology from the University of Chicago. Kay, if I could perhaps start with you. As I said, the United States has been #1 for a long time. And rarely in history have we seen a peaceful transition to dominance in global power. And that is what we're looking at potentially right now. Do you think that China and the US, with their intense rivalry, can avoid war at some point, and how?
First of all, I think there are not irreconcilable differences between the two powers, but more the problem stems from a lack of effective communication, misunderstanding, and most importantly, a lack of trust that has grown. And yes, fundamentally, there is competition and potentially rivalry, but that does not get the two countries to war. If you have followed what the Premier of China has said, and that really represents what the Chinese people feel, that he said China will not tolerate chaos and instability in the region. And we underestimate how important peace is for the Chinese people, who, having gone through huge vicissitudes, understand that currently there's still the goal for the families to educate their kids, buy an apartment in the city, and peace is the fundamental condition to deliver that.
So why then has Xi Jinping made so many threatening noises about Taiwan, and why have there been provocative military maneuvers around Taiwan? If peace is the goal, isn't that dangerous?
Well, provocations go both ways between the two countries. It's hard to say, who has escalated what. First of all, if we look back at another rising power in the 19th century, the US, let's not forget about the Monroe Doctrine, where the rising power ousted European powers from its continent. So I think China, it is true that China is going to assert more power in the region, along with regionalization of trade and so forth. But I think strategic ambiguity is also a Chinese method to raise the awareness that these provocations can lead to potentially miscalculations, and therefore both sides need to take the temperature down.
Tom, are you there? You've disappeared from the screen. I guess. Oh, Tom, you are there. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I hear you just fine.
Yeah. You were in China and Taiwan earlier this year, and you wrote quite extensively about the lack of trust, which is something Keiyu just alluded to. But in spite of it all, trade between the US and China hit a record last year, and no two global antagonists have ever been so intertwined. What do you think that means for the relationship, which, as you've written, is plagued by this mistrust? I mean, the US bought $40 billion of Chinese toys, games, and sports equipment last year. Given that level, given the level to which the countries are linked, how dangerous is the relationship really?
Well, there's always the chance, Roger, for an accident, but my general view is that the US and China are doomed to compete, and they're doomed to get along, ultimately. Now, that doesn't mean there can't be, as I say, accidents, but I think at the end of the day, there's just an overwhelming interest in both capitals to find a way to work things out. I do think, though, that there has been a shift in the quality of the relationship that has come about over the last decade or so, and that's unfortunate. I do believe that it's not a shift that began in America, but came about basically because of a change in power in Beijing. China was on a pretty clear trajectory since 1978, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, of integrating closer and closer with the world and being a little more open every year. Anyone who's visited China over that period has experienced that. I had the joy and pleasure of doing bookstore events in China, back in the late 80s and early 90s. It's one of my personally just biggest book markets, and but China is a more closed place today. I think, well, there's no question, President Xi felt that openness, some of the corruption that came with it, was threatening the power and stability of China, the power of the Communist Party. And he decided he was ready to trade some level of economic growth and integration with the world for a greater level of control. But I don't think that has to lead to war between our two countries, or that it will. And so I think at the end of the day, we are, as I said, we're doomed to figure out a way to live with each other.
What do you think of the Biden administration's policy toward China, this determined effort to check China, to view it as a rival, to limit certain forms of investment, semiconductors, etc.? Has it been the right policy? Has it gone too far? Has it been too confrontational? I live in France. President Macron believes it's too confrontational, and that we risk losing China to Russia, is a line you often hear in Paris if this line is pursued, and that Europe's interests vis-à-vis China are not the same as the American.
Yeah, I'm in the camp, Roger, of let's build bridges where possible and draw red lines where necessary. I have written, over the last a few years of columns that I would fall in the category of, could somebody tell me exactly where this is going?
Well, if you don't know, Tom, how is anyone else supposed to know?
Yeah, no, well, exactly. But I'm saying I'm questioning the administration on this. Where is this going? And what I would simply say is that I think some of the administration have asked that, and I think you've seen in the last 3 months with a number of high-level trips by Biden administration economic officials, Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, the Secretary of the Treasury. There's been a kind of pulling back a little bit and a desire, I think, to see if we can recenter the relationship a little better. So, as I say, a lot of this was an inevitable, Roger, outcome of the fact that we've entered a very different world economically where trust becomes so much more important when you're involved in, say, building a global supply chain for chips. These are incredibly intimate relationships that require a lot of trust. And when you enter a world where everything is dual use, from your TikTok to your refrigerator, anything that is connected is now dual use, then trust becomes the coin of the realm. And to a degree that hadn't been before in international commerce. I think China's got to adjust to that. I think both sides should be asking themselves some really important questions. I think the question China should be asking itself about the future of this relationship: how was it that we, China, had the most powerful, the most influential, the most free lobby in Washington, D.C., called the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S.-China Business Council? I mean, the American business community that did business with China was an incredibly powerful lobby, source of ballast in the relationship between these two countries. And China lost that lobby. So that wasn't something the administration ordered. These were people who decided for very commercial reasons, for the very commercial reasons that kept them putting pressure on the US government to maintain an open and non-confrontational relationship with China. China lost that. And because of the fact that too many companies felt that China was not playing by the rules. Now, at the same time, America has so benefited from the inflow of Chinese students, Chinese professors who have enriched our universities and enriched our companies. And we need to be asking ourselves some very tough questions that, what are we doing? What are we saying when so many of these people are starting to say, I don't think I want to make my future here. I'm afraid to make my future here. So, yeah, as I said, I believe that we're doomed to figure this out. We're in that kind of situation of tugging back and forth as we go to a different kind of
doomed to get along. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would remind everyone that it's 4 a.m. in Washington, D.C. I'm not sure I can be that lucid at that time of day, but thank you, Tom, for doing this. So, Dingxin, how dramatically, in your view, has President Xi changed China? He's become president for life. We've seen the end of term limits, crackdown on Hong Kong, which caused the New York Times to move its Asian headquarters to Seoul, crackdown in Xinjiang, aggression, provocations in the South China Sea, a much more aggressive pushing of an alternative China model, whatever exactly that is, on the world. So what has the Xi effect been, and how does that change the equation? Presumably he will be around for quite a while.
I think it's, look on the surface, it changes a lot. But deeply, China did not change much. That's what I have to say, because, you know, like say publications, it's, like Tom said, increasingly you get difficult to publish for this reason, that reason. But people say it anyway, you know. And WeChat, I receive everything every day. So I think it's, I don't know exactly how, you know, the direction China will go. But certainly what Tom said, because if we lost the US lobby for business groups, and that actually, you know, if it relate to discussion today, and China was not a rival of US anymore. You know, I don't think China economy will, you know, goes the trajectory of 2010. Then actually through to leave economic perspective and China could be rivalry. But now I don't think China will be, you know, the gap will be widened. And the Chinese side have to think what's going on. You know, they have, and another thing that the kind of rivalry also I really believe there's mistrust. And because we see China as a rivalry from United States perspective, perfect understandable. Everything's Westphalia. Whenever there's a transition power, you get big trouble in the US, in the West. But China is another kind of power, a power which is with the culture and mentality, which I also call it not so zero-sum.
Sorry, that's what?
Not so zero-sum.
Yeah.
They never thought other people game is always China's loss. It's, you know, it makes China in a way, sometimes Chinese not so principled, because they're not zero-sum. But on the other hand, they may not see, like say, for example, among Chinese intellectual circles, including myself, okay, among Chinese intellectual circles, including myself, we may not even think American more engagement in Southeast Asia, South China Sea a bad thing. We thought it's much better for America come here to negotiate while have a more smooth power transition. And also, and the Chinese had actually one thing trust for the United States. It's really built into Chinese early modern experience. That's why they call American 美国 beautiful country. Because you don't have a colonial tradition. No Chinese had any intention to think American could invade China, have any interest in Chinese territory. And the Chinese actually so far was actually their strategic goal, even it's a big country. It's essentially Taiwan and South China Sea. And I don't, you know, represent the government to say, you know, but on the other hand, I'm at Xi's age. We are grown up by this kind of patriotic nationalist discourse. And this discourse was Taiwan, we lost Taiwan because we defeated by Japan. Okay. And this is discourse which is, I think every country has to a certain level be respected. Of course, not respected, China can do anything over there, you know. But on the other hand, because just like yesterday, we go to the museum, and one of the statues was still in the British Museum, and the lady talked about it wonderfully, you know. It's a nationalist discourse, but I respect her, and which I think is nice. So in a way that how much Chinese discourse should be respected. And this kind of discourse has certain historical values, but nevertheless, you know, US, you know, so this is the thing which is, I think this minimum trust built from the basic China is still forever a regional power. It's not going to,
Thank you. Yeah. Keiyu, do you think the Chinese system is vulnerable in any way? Would you be completely shocked if in the next decade, perhaps 2 decades, there was some radical change that the tensions, the economic tensions, the political tensions within the country could blow up in some form, or do you discount that entirely?
In short, I think the system is stable, mostly because it's adaptable, and that it has adapted greatly according to current circumstances. And if I were to characterize Chinese system, you know, most people think about China as an extremely centralized system. It is political centralization, but an extreme form of economic decentralization, much more decentralized than pretty much all the other economies. If you look at the distribution of unicorn companies, technology companies valued at around $1 billion or so, it's distributed all around China geographically, not just in Shanghai and Shenzhen and Beijing, but everywhere. Why? The local officials on the ground supporting local entrepreneurism and creativity. And these, they're getting smarter and smarter, so that's changing. And also, The Chinese people, they don't have any appetite for an overhaul of the system for the reasons that I've mentioned. Is that, don't forget, there's almost 1 billion people in China still today living under $300 per month, not reaching middle income. What's on their mind? Not everybody wants to write a free op-ed every weekend, but they want to send their kids to school. They want to have free access to education and health. That's the pragmaticality, that's still pragmatism, that's still that is kind of on their minds.
1 billion people in China living on under $300 a month. I think that's worth repeating and thinking about. Secretary Blinken, KU said earlier this year, Beijing's vision would move us away from the universal values that have sustained so much of the world's progress over the past 75 years. So first of all, do you believe that? And what is the model that China is offering? What is the different model that China is offering the world at a time when Western liberal democracy is being much questioned?
We heard from a previous panelist a lot about human dignity, right? Human dignity, and especially education and health. And that's a fundamental part of human dignity. We cannot forget that 90% of the people still living today are living in developing countries. There's also another thing that we talked about, which is inequality. One thing we did not talk about is the reduction in inequality across countries. There's been a significant convergence of economic equality across countries thanks to globalization and none else. So we cannot forget that. Even though the two nations posturing the negative impact on the world, the protectionism, really plain old protectionism under the guise of national security is really going to hurt the world. And that 90% of the population, we have to be careful. So I think that should still be the major moral ground of the day.
Can I press you a little on the model? I mean, the United States and Europe, liberty, democracy, free press, the rule of law, rules-based international order. From China, for a while, we heard the word harmony. I'm not sure I still hear that much. And what is China? Take those words out of the United States or out of Europe, wherever. What words from China would you substitute for those? What is China offering in terms of an organizing principle?
Well, in President Xi's word, I have to see if I can translate this correctly, but something like a common humanity for everyone in the world. And that's China's own vision. The West may not agree, because the West may prioritize things like freedom over security and other things. But in China's view, in the leadership's view, the common good includes the build-up of good infrastructure around the world, the ability to trade freely, the ability to converge, the ability to have access to cheap and good technologies for developing countries, the embetterment of life and the rising of living standards, practical. That's what China is offering.
Pragmatism rather than grand principles.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or exporting a particular China-led model. China has no interest, nor does it believe that it's feasible to export any Chinese model to the rest of the world.
Okay. Tom, Biden or Trump, which does China want and why?
Oh, that's an easy one, Raj. Trump by a landslide, because Trump is incapable of forging coalitions. And what challenges China most geopolitically is a coalition stretching from India and Vietnam to the west, to Korea and Japan to the east, and Singapore to the south. And the Biden administration has been very effective in forging geopolitical coalitions to, well, they don't like to use the word contain, but to balance China and its own power projections into the South China Sea and around the region. And so the very last person China wants to see reelected would be Joe Biden. Trump is, by reasons of both incompetence and disposition, incapable of building alliances.
Despite the fact that President Trump's policies toward China were pretty tough in some regards.
Well, you know, I've always been of the view that Donald Trump is not the American president Americans deserved, but he was the American president China deserved, in the sense that someone had to call the game on trade. The fact is that, well, I go back to those business people who are the last people who would have wanted to move into a more confrontational relationship with China, but there was a feeling based on innumerable facts that China was not living up to its obligations under the World Trade Organization in terms of access and opportunity and government intervention. That created a situation where a lot of companies, felt that the game wasn't worth the candle anymore. Now that said, a lot are still there and doing a lot of business still, for which I'm personally glad. I think that the U.S.-China relationship is look, if you look at the world, Roger, for the last since last 75 years, the stability of the world over the last 75 years is really built on three things, I would argue. One is American power, upholding the liberal global institutions forged after World War II, the World Bank, the IMF, the UN, and a set of liberal rules. The second pillar is Chinese growth and prosperity that really fueled and economic growth around the world, particularly after 2008. And the third is the stability of the developing world in general, we'll call the third world. What is unnerving today, I would argue, is a growing American isolationism. We see it around Republicans and the continued support for Ukraine that really has no interest in upholding the international order. We see a China that, with a Russia, teaming up with a Russia, that says, we want to write different rules, to which I always actually want to ask, which actually are the rules that you would like to rewrite? I mean, no country has grown faster, and by the way, as I said, grown more people out of poverty faster than China under the rules that America was actually developed and imposed on the world after World War II. And the third thing that's happening is we're seeing that literally the disintegration of states in the developing world, or their collapse either into dictatorship or to disorder. It's particularly pronounced these days in Africa, but it's also happening in Latin America and obviously in the Asia region as well. And so instead of these states integrating with the world, their people are integrating with the world in the form of mass migration. And so I'm open aspirer that China succeed. Can you imagine a world where China would be like Assyria today or whatever? That would be a disaster for the Chinese people and for the world. A stable China, a growing China is important for the world. But China that throws in its lot with a Putin who is raping Ukraine right now, even though it hasn't, importantly, not sent him weapons to advance that. I think that's been very important.
Isn't it sending weapons via North Korea? And what do you make of the Chinese rapprochement with Russia, allies forever, and so on? How menacing is that to the United States?
I think it's a huge mistake. Vladimir Putin's a loser. His economy, well, anybody try to buy a Russian watch lately? How about a Russian car? Putin has
Soviet watch, maybe.
Putin has bet his future on fossil fuels, not on investing in his people. The Chinese actually have bet their future on investing in their people and unlocking their entrepreneurship. That's where it's been successful. But I think that I chafe on this notion that we need to rewrite the rules. But which rule exactly? And how did you do under the rules that we wrote? The American-built, post-war order. I'd say China did pretty well under those. So I think a lot of that is nonsense, and I don't think it's healthy for China or for the world. So, as I said, I think we're going to have to find our way here. But I do believe that, again, anyone who's visited China, as I have over a long span of time, can't help but notice a change in the degree of openness and the willingness and ability of Chinese professors and business people and officials to speak openly, relatively, and relatively freely about their fate and future. That's just a fact. I mean, people can deny it if they want. That saddens me as someone who's a regular visitor to China. I don't think it's good for China, for China's stability. I think China is going to have to be more open in order to take advantage of the new technologies of the 21st century. And Chinese growth is hugely important for me personally, for the world, for the stability of the world. So just as I ask sometimes my own government, hey, where's this going? You know, I have to ask the same question of China today. Like, where is this going? I mean, we've seen China's foreign minister and defense minister both disappear in the last 4 months. That's unnerving to anyone who, like me, and I happen to know the foreign minister quite well because he was the ambassador in Washington. That's unnerving to someone like me who, again, believes in the importance of the stability of this relationship.
Ding-Xin, we've heard a fairly optimistic note throughout this debate, you know, that good sense will prevail, that the mutual interests are far too great ever to be upended by war, that China and the United States are doomed somehow to get along. I don't think anybody predicted war in Ukraine last year before it happened. Well, the US did just before war broke out. Europe never did. Nobody predicted the fall of the Berlin Wall. Major eruptions in history tend to come suddenly rather than gradually, as Hemingway observed about bankruptcy. So give us a scenario under which, what do you lie awake at night, if you do lie awake at night, worrying about? I don't see you as somebody who lies awake at night. You look very relaxed, and you told me you're retired. But if you do ever lie awake at night thinking that something terrible might happen, what is the scenario you have in your head?
I guess several scenarios, you know.
Several scenarios?
Yeah, because I don't think Russia is going to win the war.
Pardon?
I don't think Russia is going to win the war.
Yeah.
If they once lost, usually it will be another regime collapse in Russia. And that, Chinese will get scared. Many countries will get scared because, like I said, China had a very ambiguous attitude toward Ukraine. Actually, privately, I talked to many people. They thought what Russia did is wrong. But on the other hand, they're really afraid that this kind of power vacuum lost, and this can be trust built with the United States. So they don't want Russia to lose. That's the kind of attitude in China, which I see. So if there's a regime change in Russia, another thing was that China, there's a certain thing goes wrong in China's side, or in Taiwan side, or in Trump's. There's something cannot control because really the hot spot is on the Taiwan Strait. This is a real hot strait. So that's, I think.
So what could go wrong in the Taiwan Strait?
If both sides, for some reason, China start invade, or Taiwan claim independence, or Taiwan claim independence, China to invade, and that create,
I mean, President Biden has said he will defend Taiwan.
Yeah, that could be done.
He will do what he's not done in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think rightly, not put
regardless,
U.S. troops on the ground, but he has suggested strongly he would in the case of Taiwan, which is where 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors come from, which is not a small issue.
Yeah. To me, I think both sides have to deal with the situation really serious. Not both, China, Taiwan, and United States. And for Taiwan, basically, they should thought carefully, so close. Don't tell wagging dogs. Use the leverage to do something for domestic politics. And China too. This is the most serious issue, and once the war starts, and the whole world is ravaging. Right. And this is two nuclear powers. The United States too.
What do you worry about, if anything?
similar scenarios over Taiwan. I think that, look, let's not underestimate the grave internal challenges that the two countries are facing very differently. China's economy, youth unemployment, in the U.S. social divisions, and China is still very internally focused. But I think, wanting to show a political track record of unifying China is another potential scenario.
The Pentagon banned TikTok this year, I think, on government-issued phones, computers, and so on. TikTok is wildly popular throughout the world. And that goes to Tom's point, about everything is linked and digitally connected these days, and so can have dual use and be dangerous. Do you think that's a constructive measure, a necessary measure, or just a provocation for China?
Well, first of all, from what I understand, 4 out of 5 most popular apps downloaded in the U.S. today are Chinese.
4 out of 5?
Yes.
Which are they?
TikTok, Shein, women's fashion brand, and then Temu, selling cheap Chinese goods to American. I forgot the 4th one, and TikTok, of course. Right. So, I just want to say there's rhetoric. And there's strong rhetoric, okay? In China, Marxist-Leninist rhetoric, on the US, all that, and posturing. But on the ground is yet another issue. You gotta separate the rhetoric from the actions on the ground. In China,
so women's fashion will save us.
Fast fashion is not gonna save the earth, though. But on the ground, there's still, markets work in China. Entrepreneurs are competing. China's the most competitive ground on earth for companies. And people are still putting their heads down and saying, how can we innovate? How can we use the skill? Same thing in the US. It's very sad, and I echo Tom's comments about the lack of cooperation of universities and scientists, which are so necessary between the two countries. But still, there's a lot more going on than we realize. Yeah.
Tom, and I'll throw this open for questions after this question to Tom. Tom, I have to ask you, how dangerous, in terms of all we've been talking about, and indeed for democracy in the world, is the possibility of a Trump presidency? The only question I'm ever asked in Europe these days is Trump coming back? There is no other question. I always say, I don't think so. I think Americans, in the end, have the good sense to see that what a second term does to the already crazed Trump ego is almost too alarming even to contemplate, and that the United States will pull back from that. However, I ran into Richard Haass in New York last week, and I asked him that question, and he surprised me. He said Trump wins. 60%, 60, Trump wins. And Richard Haass is somebody who considers these matters very, very carefully. Do you have the same view? And again, how dangerous would that be, not only to American democracy, but to peace in the world?
Well, I'm very unclear about the first question, Raj. Will Trump win? I just don't know. I think it's way, way too early to tell. 100 different things can happen between now and November of 2024. All I would say, though, is we have to take that prospect very seriously, and it would be a disaster. Look, anyone who follows my column know I basically just write about 3 things. I write about Israel, I write about Ukraine, and I write about Trump. Because my view is that if Israel goes autocratic, if Ukraine goes Putin, and America goes Trump, the world that I want to leave for my new little grandson ain't going to be here.
Congratulations.
So that's all I write about, and those 3 things. And I think the fate and future of China is also hugely important, but I think that will depend much more on way events inside China evolve. And I do feel the 2 countries are stumbling toward a better sort of new equilibrium. But Trump could very well win. It's the most disturbing thing in my life today is pick up the newspaper and see polls that show that more than 50% of the American people say to a pollster they would prefer a man who is credibly accused of trying to overturn our government in the wake of an election that he lost, that they're ready to return him to office over not only the other Republican candidates, albeit they a group of total knuckleheads, let alone Joe Biden. So, you know, something's in the water here. It's very, very disturbing to me. Again, I wouldn't put any odds on it right now, right? But it's a very real possibility, which makes my stomach turn.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone. Are there any questions? Yes, the lady with the glasses right here. Yeah. And please ask a question, however tempted you are to make some extensive commentary about the proceedings here. I would be great, because there are a lot of people who want to ask questions, so please just ask a question.
Okay, first, thank you for the discussion. And the question, to what political changes will the recent slowing down and other challenges of Chinese economy lead China to more political centralization and consolidation of power, including larger market regulations, for example, or more decentralization as kind of bargain with people, like less economic goods and prosperity in exchange of more power? And how will all this will affect Chinese relationships with Taiwan, mainly probability of the military conflict? Thank you.
Did you hear that?
I understood.
Could you answer it? I'm not sure I heard it.
Yes, China's economy is undergoing serious challenges currently.
Right.
And the way, I think it has a major impact. First of all, the legitimacy of the party is the economic performance and delivery to the Chinese people. And as I mentioned, 1 billion people with that level of income is still considering these. So it would be a good thing if there's a return to pragmatism and a little bit less priority on the other stuff we talked about, security and overseas concerns, and focus back on the pragmatic situations. If you look at China's economic development over the last 40 years, there have been up and downs, and every time there's been a major reform. The question is, are they going to push through these reforms? And I end with your answer is that I think there will be more prioritization of the economy, so less, let's say, risks posed for Taiwan because of internal challenges.
Yes, sir. And then you, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Friedman, this is to you. About
would each of you would you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Will Ritter, and I've covered financial markets in Ukraine out of Kiev since 2008. And Mr. Friedman, about 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, you wrote a long article about your time in Ukraine. You made a lot of good points. Thank you for that. And the phrase that stuck out, one phrase that stuck out to me from that article was, I believe, was the bad guy still has a say. If you remember that. Meaning Putin still has a say, and the U.S. doesn't control the outcome. You know, we don't have full control over the outcome of this war, and it could go on for a long time. So my question is, since China has leverage over Putin to accept less than what he wants, and the U.S. has leverage over Zelensky to force him to accept less than he wants, why don't the U.S. and China work together to try to stop the war, which could otherwise go on for a long time?
Thank you. Tom?
Yes, it's a good and important question. I would, though, I think it would be exaggerating the influence of both powers to say that they could, just like that, in a sense, turn the war on and off. I think China obviously would have a big influence on Russian thinking. I think America, obviously, with its allies, would have a huge impact on Ukrainian thinking. But at the end of the day, for better or for worse, you know, both of the combatants right now feel they have an interest and a desire to achieve their military goals. In the case of Ukraine, it's to liberate every inch of their territory. In the case of Russia, it's, I have no idea what Putin's fighting anymore. To me, this has become, from a Russian point of view, for Putin, Operation Save My Face. Since Putin doesn't even tell us anymore, doesn't even bother of his many explanations for why he invaded Ukraine, what the latest one is. So, you know, I believed and argued from the very beginning of the war that the fact that China has not intervened, you know, by arming Russia, and again, they're sending things like, you know, vests and precursor chemicals that Russia needs for weapons and ships, but basically China has abided by the request of America and the NATO allies not to intervene in this war. That's been huge. That's why Putin had to go to North Korea. And for Putin to have to go to North Korea for arms, as I said in that column, it's like the biggest bank in your city going to a pawn shop for an injection of cash. That's a sign of real desperation. So I think we should take that seriously. That is an opening, you know, for us. When the time comes, I think your question is very apposite, that it could be the U.S. and China somehow, you know, collaborating to bring about an end to the war. But it's not just an end to the fighting. I do believe Ukraine must be in NATO and the European Union ultimately, NATO first, to have a stable border now between Russia and Ukraine, because the minute the war ends, Ukrainians will never trust Putin not to come back and try to rape their country again, unless there's it's part of NATO, and that is off the table.
Of course, being in NATO, given Article 5, while the war continues, is very problematic, and that's the position President Biden has taken. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my name is Durar. I'm from Kazakhstan, but I study in Hong Kong. So my country borders with Russia, China, and have good connection with United States. So my question is, how the countries like mine who have connections with both countries, and how will be the future, and what is the key strategies, and just the overall condition? Yep.
Do you want to answer that, Ding-Shin?
I have a very little comment on this. So, but, so you're from Hong Kong?
No. I study in Hong Kong, but I'm from Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, okay.
Yes.
And I think, you know, for the countries which is in the Central Asia, they have little borders, like you know, like Mongolia and all those things. They actually had to deal with their giant neighbors, like Russia, like China, in a way more seriously. And the United States could help, but certainly not help. The United States have not reached to that England. And also, for those Central Asia countries, you know, they face their own problem, rise of Islamic fundamentalism, desecularization. Though they do have an interest collaborating with China, with other countries on those issues, even on terrorism, on many other things. So I guess, you know, another also you need to deal with the rise of a tribal power, you know, again. So there's several things you need dealing with, but I guess a more subtle, delicate dealing with those big countries like United States, China, Russia, you know, that's some kind of balance should be needed. You know.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Manolis Vordonis, an elderly Athenian who walks in the Agora, Parthenon, and resonates to the vibrations of the old Athenians who created democracy. So I want to pick up a few of your words and make a question. The words hatred, war, win, lose, threat, and also take the word
I'm sorry, sir, we have 3 minutes left. If you could ask a question, it would be great.
Okay.
We don't have
the question
time. I'm
is,
sorry, we don't have time for a
the
comment.
question is, if we do want to have hope from democracy, can we hope that we will reverse these phobic, dominating feelings which are leading us to war, and sleepless nights?
Thank you very much. Keiyu, would you like to?
I think, you know, the theme of the conference is also democracy, and we talked a lot about building a resilient democracy and how to rebuild democracy. I think for the Chinese, at least from the Chinese perspective, if there was a paradigm, a Western paradigm of democracy that really functioned very well and that really delivered, then I think that's more of a challenge to the Chinese people. And if you ask me if the Chinese people want more...
You're saying our democracies are dysfunctional currently?
I'm not suggesting that.
You did.
There are problems.
Okay.
There are challenges.
Yeah.
But you know, if the Chinese people have observed what's going on with Western democracy or democracies transposed onto native soil, it's not necessarily an inspiration to the Chinese people. That's why they don't have this, this view of a radical overhaul of what they have.
But do you think they get an objective or dispassionate picture of what is actually going on in Western societies? Or do you think they get propaganda mainly?
No, to be honest, the information flows are very free-flowing. There's a certain topics of censorship, but apart from that, look, they travel. There's so many in Greece, right? So if the question is, do they want a freer and opener society, the answer is yes. But is the solution in more Western democracy? Not necessarily.
Okay, Tom, very quickly, a last question to you, and thanks again for getting up so early to do this. Is climate an area where China and the US can come together? A big overarching issue?
Well, you know, there was a study done where people were asked if the world were invaded by Martians, would the leaders of China and the United States agree to collaborate? And the answer was blessedly yes. And there's no question, Raj, that it's a fertile area for collaboration. It has been in the past. It's been less so of late. But until it reaches a level of criticality where I would say it's already at, I think a lot of us would agree, and you would agree that it's already there, but isn't perceived that way. I don't think you can count on it to trump everything else, and to use an unfortunate verb. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I've advocated that that Xi Jinping and President Biden, whoever is the American president, actually should speak on the phone once a month. And no matter what's going on, just pick up the phone once a month and be able to say, hey, what you're doing here is really pissing me off. What I'm finding here is really bothering me. And hey, could you do a little more of that, or could we do a little more of that? The fact that we put everything on these annual or semi-annual summits, you know, where there's like a 2-hour meeting with translation, I think is simply not any more, you know, effective or in any way rises to the level of kind of discussion and collaboration that we need between these two countries. And so I don't say conversation solves everything, but it can it can reduce tensions. It can lead to working together on smaller problems, and then open the way for some of the bigger questions. But net, you know, I'm still slightly hopeful about the relationship, because anytime I think about the question of U.S. and China, I always end up asking myself, right, what exactly are we fighting about? It's not like China wants to invade Los Angeles and take over Chinatown. It's not like America aspires, you know, to take a bite out of Guangzhou. So, you know, I think the more we work together, and the more that both sides underline that, but you know, play by the rules of an international order, albeit an American-inspired one. China and America have both done pretty well under the rules of the game that America helped forge and defend for 75 years. And until I see a better set of rules that I think will benefit more people, I'm sticking with the ones we have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Well, we've had a generally optimistic panel, which doesn't always happen here. And thank you all very much. Apologies to those who had questions that I wasn't able to get to, notably you, Anne. And there we are. That's it. Thank you.
So I agree, a slightly more hopeful note than what I may have expected, what you may have expected. And it was also a perfect transition because now we'll be moving to lunch in the back room, the golden room. Just follow this hallway on the left.
name is Peter Brown. I'm the director of the Climate Democracy Initiative, CDI. We are a U.S.-based nonprofit operating at the nexus of climate and democracy. We believe that in order to fix the climate crisis, we need to work concurrently and fix democracy. We see them as two sides of the same coin. That is why we have partnered. We are very happy to have partnered with the Democracy and Culture Foundation and being a gold sponsor of the ADF. There's so many things that we can do and accomplish together, and we look forward to it. A good way to think about what CDI aspires to, our goal, is what we call Democracy 4.0. This assumes that the first forms of democracy were thousands of years ago in agrarian societies, likely around campfires. Democracy 2.0 is Athenian democracy, written and invented not far from where I stand right now. Democracy 3.0, we can assume, was formed on the eastern seaboard of what is now the United States in the late 1700s. 10 years later in France, the general foundation principles of that democracy were continued, which brings us to today. We are doing the hard work of putting together what Democracy 4.0 is and should look like. And from CDI's perspective, that should include, for example, rights of future generations, rights of species, and so on. And if anybody has further questions about what we do as CDI, then by all means find me in the hallways, and I'm happy to answer any and all questions and curiosities. The lunch panel that you are about to hear is a direct result of this book. It's Democracy in a Hotter Time. One of CDI's primary thought leaders is a man named David Orr, who is unfortunately not able to attend. He was scheduled to attend but not able to attend. And what this book is a collection of essays written by leading academic, civil society leaders, and governmental leaders across the United States. And we are enormously pleased that 3 of them are here today. This is a book about climate change, democratic transformation, as we move to a post-fossil fuel democracy. So with that said, I will turn this over to the moderator, Liz Alderman from the New York Times. I hope everybody had an opportunity to read Liz's work in the New York Times on the revitalization of the Greek economy a couple days ago. Excellently written. I hope everybody reads it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Liz and the panel. And thank you all for your attention and listening.
All right, thank you all. Please come on up, have a seat. Can you, don't fall. Great, well, thanks a lot, Peter, for that introduction, and thanks to you all for being here and for, giving your attention to this incredibly important subject. I understand dessert's about to come out soon. I hope you all enjoy it. And I also understand that the threat of climate change is perhaps, not the happiest subject to talk about when you're enjoying your dessert, but it definitely deserves your full attention. And I'm really pleased to have a really distinguished panel up here, really some of the top voices on this issue in the world joining me today. And Peter, thanks for the shout out about the story about Greece's economic rebound. I'd love to say that everything was completely rosy, but we're here in Greece, and one of the things that has also happened here, as you all saw in the headlines, of course, this summer was another spate of devastating wildfires, followed by devastating floods. And this has just happened much more frequently. Every single year we're seeing this, and obviously it's not only in Greece. We've seen the devastation in Libya, the wildfires in Canada, et cetera. And all of this has sort of raised questions about whether our democracies are actually fit for purpose to truly tackle in the rapid way that we need to address the urgency of climate change. We have some divergent opinions up here, but maybe Michael Oppenheimer, let me start with you. Are our democratic institutions really fit for purpose at this point? We've seen a lot of backtracking going on.
far as I can tell, no institutions are exactly fit for purpose right now. To my mind, the most troubling part of what we're seeing is that the interval between extreme events like extreme heat or hurricanes in some cases, or coastal flooding or inland flooding, those intervals are shrinking. It means we have less and less time to adapt. And just as one example, the high water mark, the flooding that occurs once every 100 years at a typical coastal location around the world, again, a once in a 100-year event, is converging to, at many locations by mid-century, to be an annual event. And at most locations around the world's coast, to be an annual event by 2100. So 2050, a lot of places in the world are going to see what used to be a 100-year flood every year. Now, it takes a long time to recover from a 100-year flood. We had a 300-year flood in New York, where I live, with Hurricane Sandy, and that was 11 years ago. We're still doing a lot of the construction to recover. What happens when that kind of flood occurs, say, even every 20 or 10 years? There is no such thing as recovery in that situation. And what we're seeing, instead of governments stepping up and getting better at anticipating, in other words, responding to risk, rather than responding to the disaster that happens when you don't prepare for risk, what we're seeing is governments are not stepping up. They're not being good at all about adapting to what they know is going to happen, and it is happening. They're not very good at planning recovery after disaster, and some governments are okay in the emergency situation in between. So we're in a situation where the services that governments provide, one of the key services, protection of life and limb, are not happening the way they should. And to my mind, this is just another pressure that's going to happen on democracy as time goes on and on that interval for recovery shrinks. So the question becomes, can government, can people get better at organizing, thinking about risk that is going to play out over the next decades, one way or the other? Even if we hit the 1.5-degree Paris target, this is happening already. There's going to be more of it before we get the thing under control. Even if governments cut emissions, we're going to face more and more disasters before we are in a position to cut emissions enough so that the world actually turns a corner. What are they doing about it? Not enough today. This is an additional threat to democracy. The failure to deliver the services that we heard are what people really care about. There were 2 panels that spoke about it.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. And I mean, how do we kind of get around that, though? Anne, let me ask you, Anne Florini, you are a fellow at the Political Reform Program at New America. You work to foster democratic rejuvenation, I love that, rejuvenation in climate policy and practice. And to the point that Michael was just making, let's take another example from here in Europe. Just a week ago, we saw in the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak roll back on important climate targets due to political infighting at home. We're sort of seeing more and more examples of this. Last night, the president of Greece, who spoke to this forum, pointed out that momentum in this country on climate laws had lost traction, for example, because of the massive energy crisis that Europe has been facing due to Russia's war in Ukraine. So what is your view, what is the solution that you are kind of pushing or would be advocating to improve, I guess, the democratic sort of processes around this when it seems almost impossible? You've got political divergence, political conflict, citizens perhaps not participating as much as they could or should. What's your view?
I think a major part of the solution is stop looking at the central governments all the time. I mean, that's what gets reported on, that's what gets the headlines. That is not necessarily where the important action is. And because of the conditions that Michael was just referring to, it is very much not going to be the sole source of action to deal with climate change in the future. The reason that we are pulling together the notions of responding to the climate emergency and responding to the democratic emergency as a single unit is because in a situation as complex, as varied as the impacts of climate change, there is no way for any central authority to be able to cope. What you need is to create the space for citizen self-organization on a massive scale. It's a kind of citizen empowerment that the world has never seen, on a massive scale and very fast. And we were starting to see yesterday with some of the discussion of some of the new kinds of democratic tools. It's entirely possible. And there have been a whole series of experiments on local communities governing their common resources. There's an entire wonderful branch of economics that looks at how is it that communities come together to govern their resources together, doing so without outside government control, doing so without individual property rights, which are the usual ways that we think of how you deal with these problems, and realizing there's a whole set of collective action tools that communities can use to come together. What they don't have now is the information. They don't have, because of a whole bunch of historical factors in democracies over the last several decades, they don't have the habits of citizen engagement outside the electoral process that we used to have. And so it's in those areas where you can really start to see potential for change. One specific example, the United States last summer passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is basically described primarily as a bunch of tax credits for moving into sustainable energy. But the other thing that it is a requirement that 40% of the money and 40% of the benefits go to the marginalized frontline communities in the United States that have borne the brunt of the crisis so far and are the most threatened by climate change. 40% of hundreds of billions of dollars. You're starting to see mobilization around that. Whether that's going to work or not, or whether the usual interests are going to steal the money, I don't know. But there is at least the potential that we're beginning to see government resources going in that kind of direction to empower communities to empower themselves.
Yeah,
I think,
go ahead. One of the fundamental problems in a country like the United States, but other democracies also, and some non-democracies, is the revenue-raising power is at the central government. So you can't expunge them out of the problem, but they have to get better at getting the money to where it needs to be spent.
Daniel Lindvall, I mean, you have dealt with this issue for a long time as a senior researcher at the Climate Change Leadership Initiative. You focus on inequality. I mean, how does this, what our panelists are saying, how does that resonate with you?
Well, I think there's two things. I mean, first, if I may just bring it back to what Michael was talking about in the beginning about the, we are entering into a situation where we are talking about weather extreme and extreme events that are becoming normalized, that are happening frequently, and I would say collectively this is the large challenge to democracy and the endurance of democracy that we ever seen. However, of course, we are entering into an uncharted territory. We don't know exactly how democracies will react, how humans will react to this. And I think, I mean, these situations could, of course, create some kind of window of opportunities when people can come together, as Anne was talking about, and create like some kind of solidarity around the situation where we can foster corporations and so on. However, I would say, unfortunately, we can see from data of the climate consequences so far is that most of these consequences are leading to larger social economic gaps. And the reason for this is that some of those consequences are especially food insecurity and rising food prices, which I think is, we know from history, is one of the most challenging issues to political stability. It leads normally to social unrest and could lead to institutional collapse. So if we can't deal with that problem, with food insecurity, I think democracies in some parts of the world will be in very dangerous position. But what we can see is that there was an interesting study that came out quite recently that looked at climate consequences in 159 countries and seeing to what extent climate consequences is a driver of social inequality. And it shows that it indeed is, and it is, especially in developing countries, unfortunately, countries that have contributed the least to the crisis that we are in right now will be impacted the worst, and So this is not only about the consequences of climate change, it's a matter of how we're responding to it. And if we are responding to it in a way that will widen the gaps between communities, we know that that's going to be very, that's a scenario that's going to be very difficult for the political system that is based on equal rights and freedoms, because trust will erode in that kind of societies. So it's very much up to us to respond to this in a socially inclusive manner.
Yes, but this, what all of you have been saying also leads us to a question that kind of keeps coming up, which is going back to the first question: are democracies sort of fit for purpose to deal with the urgency of this crisis? There's a huge school of thought out there that basically says no, and we actually need to look more towards countries like China or toward more autocratic regimes. So, let me ask you, is there really a link between democracy and climate change when in fact perhaps autocratic governments would seem to operate more efficiently, at least in the short term?
Absolutely not. Autocracy is the worst possible response to the climate emergency, because if what you need is a lot of local empowerment, what do autocracies not do? They do not empower citizens. They do not give citizens information to make their own decisions. They do not allow for contestation of ideas about what ought to be done. They may be very good at building a whole big solar power industry, which is a very significant part of the solution, but it is a small and instrumental piece of a much larger set of issues. Think about the kind of systematic and systemic transformation we need to be doing now. We need to change our energy system. We need to change our agricultural system. We've been destroying soils around the world. They're supposed to be sequestering carbon, now they're releasing it. We need to change our water systems, because the kinds of changes that we've brought about have disrupted all the hydrological cycles. We don't have a way of replacing how Mother Nature moves water around the world. So we're going to have to figure out how we move ourselves around to deal with the fact that water is not in the places where it used to be. Mm-hmm. The idea that an autocracy is going to have the information systems and the flexibility and the resilience to deal with the climate emergency for the next several generations, to me, is self-evidently ludicrous. And yeah. I find the idea that China is going to do this better than a democracy is not very likely. Right. But our current democracies are not ready.
Right. So, Daniel, I would love for you to respond to this, but, who was the earth scientist James Lovelock said it might be necessary to put democracy on hold for a while to deal with the climate crisis. And what that is a reference to is, at the end of the day, you do need policy to be made, and then for policy to actually sort of be implemented. Look at what's happening here in Europe, for example, with the Green Initiative. Europe has made it a goal to be carbon neutral by 2030 to 2050. You need countries to come together on this. And so I think when people question whether a so-called autocratic model would be more efficient, it's more of a reference to the fact that unlike Western countries, we're not having to deal with 2 or 4 year election cycles. So is there at all a kind of an in-between that you can see, or not?
Daniel actually wrote something on this. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a study where we compared basically all the data we have on climate policy performance of different government systems, and we could see that democracies are performing much better when it comes to adopting more ambitious policies. When it comes to carbon reduction, it's difficult to say, because the carbon emissions are very tied to economic growth, and that's beyond the political system to some extent. But let me just return to China. I think I totally agree with what Anne says. We have to understand that this is a complex problem. Although we know that there are some solutions that we need to rapidly roll out, like renewable energy, and autocratic regimes can do that quite efficiently. Figures on renewable energy investments in China was, I think, about 138% more than America back in 2018. But we also need to understand that this is a complex problem. Rolling out renewable energy will have you'll have different social, economic, and cultural consequences on different fields, and you need a government that could get some kind of input, feedback from where you put your investments and how the policy, what kind of consequences the policy has, so it can correct itself. We need a learning system. We need an information ecology that information is flowing from below up to the government level. And referring to that 138%, China had only about 38% more energy output of those investments, showing that the energy policies was deeply flawed because social power panels or wind energy was put in places where it was not disconnected with the energy grid and so on. So if you don't have that full understanding of how a society works, where you will have that system, especially when it comes to emission trading systems, where you need to trust that companies are reporting the correct information in order to price carbon. I don't think under the right conditions right now it will be possible to implement that kind of system in China if it doesn't work on transparency, possibility for civil society organizations to criticize companies and so on. So that's why I think democracies are much more.
I would agree. The flexibility thing is just different in democracies. The idea that I would have to think about sacrificing in my life democracy for solving the climate problem, it's just on the basis of my belief, I couldn't accept that, no matter what the evidence showed.
So you don't think that's not a zero-sum game as far as you're concerned?
Right, but in addition, the real problem, I think, as you stated, Liz, is that neither form of government is doing a very good job now. China did some things on pushing renewable energy development. You watch the rate at which the U.S. gets electrified now, assuming that the Biden program works out. We're seeing big changes in the renewable energy markets, which have partly to do with government subsidies, but partly to do with invention and the coupling of the free market with government. So we need a very diverse, flexible, quickly moving system. Our own system is not doing, it's doing a medium job on emissions reduction now and a lousy job on adaptation. We need to get better at both, and we need to get better at both quickly. And if we don't, it's going to be bad news for both forms of government at different places at different times.
Right, because climate change does affect us all. One of my colleagues who was recently in China, was talking about how, when he looked out the window, he couldn't hardly see anything due to the smog. And on the panel that we were listening to about China with my colleagues Roger and Tom Friedman, one of the panelists, pointed out that, a huge concern in China is the fact that I guess around 30% of the population is still living on less than $300 a month, and there's also a desire for basically a better living standards, and that certainly includes the environment there. But coming back to your point about the continued challenges that are faced in democracies in terms of addressing this with urgency. How do you, in the United States, we have, for example, the Heritage Foundation has been setting targets to roll back Biden-era initiatives, including the clean energy initiatives, by 2035. Just in general, how do you explain this continued opposition to climate action by political factions, not only in the U.S. or the U.K., but... Anne, I see you nodding your head. You've got a thought on that.
I'll go for it. It's the fossil fuel industry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The fossil fuel industry set out in going back to the 1950s, but particularly starting in the 1990s, to stop action on climate change. And they were very explicit about it. They were very dishonest about it. It largely, with many of them, continues to this day. This is a very, very, very powerful vested interest that has bought its way into the political system on a massive scale. It is not the only vested interest that is opposed to change, but it is by far the most significant of them. This is not something that can be negotiated with, because the other negotiating partner in this is Mother Nature, and Mother Nature doesn't actually negotiate. She can't be bribed. There is no way the fossil fuel industry can buy her off, and she always has the last word.
Well, the industry has certainly been positioning itself as a voice for change, right? I mean,
if you believe that, I have the Brooklyn Bridge to
there
tell
you
you.
go. Okay,
No, I mean, there may be some elements of the fossil fuel industry which really want to change and could change and repurpose themselves as, say, plastics production companies and other useful hydrocarbons, and that's on their somewhere on their plan.
Or geothermal.
But the real, yeah, right, drilling. But the real thing is the big companies have a lot of oil underground and a lot of natural gas, and they're not going to give that up and be nice guys about it. If they are going to somehow change their business, it would mean extorting an immense price from the rest of us, which I don't think we can afford. And so this is, in my view, a fight to the, sorry, I keep doing that, a fight to the death with the bigger oil companies that have large reserves. There isn't going to be any compromise, and people have to be ready for that. And it means we have to work out a lot of the political problems in not just in the United States, but in several countries.
So the fact that, you know, the French energy giant Total, for example, has invested massively in offshore wind farms and things
Well,
like
that's
that.
real, but they're not going to all of a sudden become just a wind farm company. I don't know if Total has big reserves. I do know that Exxon has big reserves, so I can confidently project that they are not going to just turn into a renewable energy company.
Daniel?
Yeah, I just give some figures. Last year, oil and gas made $220 billion in profit. They invested around 5 to 6% in renewable energy out of this. BP invested 2.5% and 10 times more in new oil and gas. So they're not on the right side of the ale here. On the other hand, I would say we cannot just blame oil and gas. That's not the only problem. I think we failed to present policies that are attractive to wider communities. We have failed to understand that climate change is not just about reducing emission. It's something that needs to be connected with the whole socioeconomic system. And I want you to just remember these figures: 10, 90, 50, 10. 10, 90, 50, 10. That's the carbon inequality of the world. So the 10 richest percent of the world population are emitting 90% of global emission. The 50% poorest population are emitting 10. This is a huge inequality connected to the impacts, but we also understand, I mean, we are doing, the research I'm focusing on is fairness, preferences in climate policy and how it's relevant for accepting carbon taxation. And we know that the determinant that is most important for people to accept a climate policy is if it's perceived to be fair. If we can design a carbon tax that it's redistributing some of the revenues back to low-income groups or people or rural neighbors, rural areas and so on, it's bound to be more accepted. But we are not presenting. There's very few. Canada is one of the few countries that have that kind of policy design. Why? I mean, with the research, we as social researchers presented this for several years, but it seems like policymakers are totally blinded. Unfortunately, I would say parts of the climate movement haven't really realized that this needs to be presented as a social inequality issue as well.
Well, just to counter that, you're right in general. But I think the politicians, at least in my country, are waking up to it. You saw the U.S. president on a picket line the other day with the auto workers. The auto workers are striking and aiming it particularly at the employment, the wage situation in battery production plants, which are a key part of the transition to electric vehicles and to the electrification of the U.S. economy. That's going to happen again and again. The president wants to get reelected, but he also wants his greenhouse gas climate change program to be sustained. He needs the support of the unions, which have been downtrodden for 30 years in the United States. It's like that with interest group over interest group. It's one of the reasons for the 40%. And so working out those issues of fairness or of political interest, if you will, or economic interest, is going to be an integral part of getting the job done on this. There's no question about it.
So,
Yellow vest is another one.
And, you know, even though I kind of exploded on the topic of the fossil fuel industry, and I think there is a lot to hold many people in that industry accountable for. I think there's also been a real failure on the part of people who have been trying to lead the climate fight for a long time to tell stories properly. There has not been a convincing narrative. You end up in all this technobabble about different forms of energy and transmission rights and all these other issues which are really fundamentally important and are not what sway people in the heart.
Yeah.
What does sway people in the heart is seeing a community that is being destroyed by the effects of climate change, which we are starting to see, but even more, seeing the opportunities for change. And they are extraordinary, and there are just as many examples out there that you can point to of communities who have started to come together, that have started to work together. And what we need is, yes, all these interest groups that Michael is talking about to be dealt with, but people aren't just interest groups, they're also community members. And giving those communities a set of narratives, and here I'm really appealing to the media in the room, giving people a set of narratives that show what kind of change is in fact possible and is happening, I think has been the missing piece.
So that leads me, I want to, Daniel, hear what you have to say. That leads me, I mean, the next question I want to ask you all is for examples of actually successful climate policies. But just quickly, Anne, when you mentioned sort of, you know, being able to show the impact of climate change, that's going to be the subject of another panel tomorrow that I'll be moderating with Michael Nash, who's in the room back there. Basically, it's the panel on climate refugees, which I urge you all to attend. Daniel, what are...
No, I just want to connect to what Anne is saying. I think that those kinds of narratives and examples and understanding how, I mean, do we want to talk about all the problems of the climate transition, the costs of changing our energy policies, or do we want to talk about the co-benefits, all the lives that will be saved when we electrify traffic? We're talking about millions of lives. The co-benefits of if you build a wind farm and parts of the benefits and profits are going back to the local communities, where you will have people supporting this instead of protesting against it. All the benefits of energy independence that will soak out the power from autocratic regimes like Putin's and Saudi Arabia and so on. There are so many opportunities that are beyond the climate issue as such. So I think we need to focus on those co-benefits, and we need to exactly change the narrative of the discussion to get, you know, that kind of broad mobilization that we need to have a climate transition.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the opportunity is already manifesting itself of the issue being a terrific opportunity for political mobilization. I'll channel John Powers, who makes the point repeatedly about youth shouldn't be just getting out there and complaining, they should be voting with their complaint. And, you know, there is a chance for a serious generational reorganization, which will be instigated by the climate issue, but which hopefully will have much broader and much more positive reverberations.
So that that brings me to a point, which is that we are going to have about 5 to 7 minutes or so for questions from the audience. So get your questions, please get your questions ready. And I suspect you are going to hear from some young people in the audience on what you just said. But, you know, let me, before I turn to the audience, just ask, I mean, on this very issue, obviously there does remain still, perplexingly, a lot of polarization on this, right? I mean, if you have a discussion, whether it's in the United States or in France, where I'm based, you know, attitudes on climate change have become sort of an identity marker, like sort of whose side are you on? So what can democracies do to address polarization within society as well as disinformation and change the mindset of citizens to take action?
I think a lot of it is you don't use the term climate change. You use, depending on which groups you're talking to, you use terms of nature protection. There's an entire huge hunting and fishing community in the United States where if you mention climate change, oh, you're one of those liberals. If you start talking about protecting nature, yes, of course. Because who knows better how ecosystems work than people who are out in the ecosystems all the time? And you use language around, when you're talking about energy transition, the co-benefits that were just mentioned, you talk about the hundreds of millions of lives around the world that will be saved if we get off fossil fuels. The actual, if you look at just the health benefits of getting off fossil fuels, those are greater in terms of years of life preserved than the lives that would be lost if we continued with fossil fuels from the climate change consequences. Fossil fuels are incredibly, horribly dirty things, and I'm speaking as the granddaughter of a coal miner. We had to have them when we had them, because we could not have ended up with the kind of industrialization that we had without it. We didn't have the technology. We have the alternatives now, and we do not have to rely on them anymore.
Let me open it up to the audience for questions. If you could raise your hand and keep your questions succinct. Yes, here in the front, please.
Hello, I'm also a fellow American. When we talk about the impact of climate change and the top 10% of countries being responsible for a lot of it, and then the US specifically, because a lot of that manufacturing in China is to help aid American consumerism, I think that what you mentioned of like storytelling and how that's going to help climate change, and how adding narratives may make people a bit more empathetic or interested in it is really important. But I think another aspect of it is when we now know that most, specifically talking about America, most Americans read at an 8th grade level, and a lot of the language surrounding climate change is kind of ivory towery and much of it isn't accessible. How do we get information to the masses that makes them interested and that is comprehensible? How do we get people invested in this issue that aren't young, that aren't, Gen Z or younger millennials? Thank you.
Michael, do you want to take that? You're a professor.
Yeah, well, I mean, without me even having to say a word, the students that I get at least, and it's a sort of a rarefied slice, are very engaged in the issue. They want to do something with their lives other than make a lot of money. That doesn't mean they don't want to make a lot of money, but and they're looking at careers which get them quickly into engagement with making change around this and other issues. And I hear that same story from colleagues at universities all over the country. So I'm convinced there is a level of engagement which is unusual. Unfortunately, little of this happened until you could look out your window and see some of the effects of climate change. For years, there was an argument when I was in the environmental community about, let's not talk about climate change, too esoteric. Let's talk about energy efficiency. Let's talk about air pollution. Let's talk about national security. And none of it worked. And unfortunately, people have to get beaten over the head. In fact, countries, cities, individuals have to suffer damage from extreme events several times before they pay attention. We have to get ahead of that. And how to do it? Again, so I'm a college professor, so I think immediately of information. It's not enough. It's also a narrative, as Anne was saying. And how to put those together, that's not my job. That's somebody else's.
We had, please raise your hands. Yes, sir. There's a question here, this gentleman.
Hello, Brett Hennig, Sortition Foundation. Where is deliberative democracy in the US? We're seeing citizens' assemblies at national level in Germany, in France, in Ireland. In the US, seems like a desert. Is there a reason, do you think, or is there a hope for deliberative democracy in the US? Thanks.
You want to take that?
There hasn't been a lot of it, because I think in part because we've gotten so polarized. Remember, the US is the country that may be about to shut down its government because it can't get its democratic system working properly. So we may not be the best model right at this moment for a lot of these things, but there's a growing awareness of sortition and deliberative democracy approaches starting to happen in the United States. And actually in the book, there's a beautiful chapter by a Yale political scientist named Helene Landemore on using this. There's the beginning of a recognition that democracy doesn't have to mean elections according to the Constitution. And because of the kind of political turmoil the US has been through in the last several years, for the first time that I can remember, there is no longer this automatic reverence for the Constitution that there was until about 2016, which has significant problems, but may also provide us with an opportunity for rethinking what do we mean by democracy for the 21st century for the United States. But I think we have a lot to learn from other parts of the world.
All right, yes, there was a question in the back of the room. Yes?
Thank you. I'm Nolga Arika from the European University Institute and the Democratic Odyssey. A question that's a bit of addressing the elephant in the room, maybe in the shape, elephant in the room in the shape of a cow. Beef production uses 20 times more land and emits 20 times more emissions than per gram edible protein than plant proteins. Yet, somehow, we know it and we still eat it. How do we deal with the cognitive fracture that seems to operate between the desire to do something and the inability to act? It seems to operate at the individual level and maybe in the same way that it does at the political level. I'm wondering what the continuum there is between our ability to eat the beef here while discussing climate, with apologies to all the meat eaters.
So that's it. That's an example of how it's unlikely governments will ever solve the whole problem because it would involve engaging in an active, vigorous way the agricultural industry, which is extremely and disproportionately powerful in Europe and the US certainly, and in lots of other countries. So this is where changing norms comes in, and it doesn't happen easily, but as people get more serious and more focused on the climate problem, I feel the opportunity will be there to push this particular agenda, which is right on. It's 25% of total emissions directly and indirectly comes from agriculture. So it answers itself. It's just the solution is a little harder because pushing the governments to say put a tax on beef or close down the grazing industry, the ranching industry, it's not going to happen.
All right, we've got time for just really a couple more questions. No, yes, here in the front, please.
Thank you very much. So I've got two questions very briefly. The first question is, cognizant of the climate crisis, the climate emergency, and how it has adversely affected countries in the global south, I did not hear a clear position from the panelists in terms of how to actually deal with that, cognizant of the fact that they are not the ones that have created the problem, but they are having to deal with the massive impacts of the problem. And then my final question is to you, Anne. You talked about how it was very essential for at that particular moment in history for people to use fossil fuels for industrialization to build the modern world. You talked about your grandfather who worked in a coal mine, etc. African heads of states will tell you that we are now going through such a similar process and we do not have the technology, just like you did not have the technology at the time when you were using fossil fuels to industrialize. Are they justified in saying that let us use fossil fuels to also develop ourselves? Or maybe you have an alternative to that. Thank you.
Two difficult questions.
All right, on the second question first, if it were the case that fossil fuels would currently be cheaper for developing countries, I think there'd be a really significant moral dilemma going on there. It is not the case. 5 years ago it was. I think it is almost impossible for anybody who isn't in the field day to day, following what's going on with renewables technology, to keep track of just how great the progress has been. It is almost everywhere, almost all the time, cheaper and better and usually faster to adopt some kind of renewables than it is to adopt any kind of fossil fuels. The big problem is that all the funding mechanisms know how to do fossils and don't yet know how to do renewables at scale fast enough, because with renewables, all the capital cost is up front, and then the fuel is free. And that is not the way the financing has been set up. So I don't think we have that moral dilemma, which I am very grateful for because I don't know how we would address it if we did. On the other question in terms of the extraordinary immorality of the fact that the developing countries, particularly the poorest, are bearing the brunt of the cost and will for the foreseeable future, there is a fabulous initiative coming out of Barbados called the Bridgetown Initiative, It's an initiative of the Prime Minister of Barbados saying we have to completely reconfigure the international financial system around dealing with climate issues. And the way we can do that is by starting to price the natural capital that is carbon absorbing, like seagrasses, like tropical forests, like whales in the ocean, which are all very important ways in which to increase the sequestration of carbon at scale, and then pay the developing countries for them. And it is now the case that the head of the IMF has agreed with, it's one of the Caribbean countries, I forget which, to pay them something in the hundreds of millions of dollars for the carbon sequestration value of their seagrass. Those are the kinds of models that we need to be using now. So we need to be transforming our governance systems at the transnational scale as well as at the national scale, because there is such an issue of extreme injustice that you are pointing to that we need to be addressing.
Daniel, I'm going to let you have the last word on this before we have to wrap up.
You know, on your question, I just refer to I gave a lecture to a crowd in Mozambique and on the promises of renewable energy and how that could, we could be used to fight poverty and and strengthen democracy in these countries. And they said, look, right now in Mozambique, Total, French company, are coming and together with Chinese and other American investors, investing in the gas extraction field here. That's the main investments in Mozambique. And why is it that we are investing in fossil fuel in these countries and not renewable? That's because the profit out of investing in fossil fuel in poor countries are directly taken out of those countries and flooding into the rich world. Investing in renewable energy in poor countries, there's no economic incentives for the rich world to do that, unfortunately. Even though renewable energy is now cheap in economically developed countries, it's still, unfortunately, comparatively expensive in poor countries. So you don't, and especially if you have a country which is not democratic, where you have an elite that is interested in that direct profit they are receiving and not sharing it with the rest of the country, which you have in Mozambique, you'll have that problem. If we from here in Europe, for instance, are not putting pressure on the companies operating here, that they need to change their approach. What you mentioned here with the Bridgetown initiative, that we are putting pressure on the institutions, because we have to understand that this is not, the impact would be worse in those countries, but we're all into this together. If we can't solve this together, we're all going to suffer in the end. So I think we need to broaden our perspective here and join forces and target the problem. So that's I don't know if that's hopeful or.
Well, it is a hopeful note, sort of, to end on, which we actually needed. Thank you all for being with us today and for your views, which are very precious. And we've talked about this is obviously one of the hottest topics, no pun intended, talking about the risks and the hope and the risks. And now I'm going to ask you all to join me in the next room, back in the conference room, for our next guest, Nick Clegg of Meta, where we're going to talk about the other super hot button issue of the day, which is AI and democracy. So please make your way there quickly. Be there by 2:25.
A world where AI's positive influence surges ahead, we must also confront the unsettling possibility of its misuse by bad actors. They could exploit vulnerabilities in voting systems, manipulate public opinion through intricate disinformation campaigns featuring deepfake technology. Such disruptions erode trust in institutions and distort the democratic process itself. Therefore, we must take proactive measures to counter these looming threats. We can strengthen cybersecurity, establish robust regulations such as GDPR of the European Union, foster transparency in AI systems, and instill culture of responsible AI ethics within schools. By nurturing a deep understanding of AI's potential and pitfalls from the beginning, we pave the way for a more ethically conscious AI future. Civil society, governments, and the tech industry must collectively work to ensure AI is a force for progress and empowerment rather than a tool of manipulation and chaos.
Great. Well, I kind of feel like I just saw all of you because I did just see all of you. But thank you for making your way into this room for really basically sort of our keynote address of the day. I'm really excited to welcome Nick Clegg of Meta here with us today. We were just talking about the impact of climate change on democracy, and now we're going to be talking about the other really, I would say possibly even most hot button issue of our time, which is AI and technology. And so Nick, thank you for making your way to Athens and for joining us. And it's actually kind of timely that you're here because for those of you who might have had an opportunity to check out the New York Times earlier this morning, my colleagues had a big story about Meta's most recent sort of attempt to personify AI, to make AI friendly to all of us with these new chatbots that you guys have introduced to run on your social media apps. They've got a Jane Austen chatbot, Snoop Dogg, and according to my colleagues who basically went to Meta headquarters and chatted with these folks, with these bots, Jane Austen sounds just as precocious and biting as one would expect Jane Austen to sound, and Snoop Dogg, according to a reader who already wrote in on the story who interacted with him, was a lot of fun. So, I mean, AI obviously holds enormous promise and can do, all kinds of new things. AI can even help us possibly solve some of our hardest problems. But as we just heard on this video, it also comes with a very broad set of risks, including manipulation, disinformation, and the existential threat of it being used by bad actors. So, Nick, let me just ask you, why should the public trust that AI will be a boon rather than a potential threat for democracy?
Well, I think the public should continue to reserve judgment until we see how things play out. And I think, like any major technological innovation, technology can be used for good and for bad purposes, can be used by good and bad people. That's been the case from the invention of the car to the internet, from the radio to the bicycle. And I think it's also a natural human instinct to fear the worst and to try and anticipate the worst and to be fearful, particularly of technologies which are difficult to comprehend and so on. So I think it's not surprising that a lot of the focus in recent months, certainly since ChatGPT sort of produced its large language model, has been very much focusing, if in a somewhat imprecise way, on a range of possible risks. I think some of those risks, or at least the way some of them are being described, are running really quite far ahead of the technology, to be candid. This idea of AIs developing a kind of autonomy and an agency of their own, a sort of demonic wish to destroy humanity and turn us all into paper clips and so on, which was quite a lot of the sort of early kind of early discussion.
Terminator 2 status.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's fun to have robots with glaring red eyes, and I think that's clearly not, at least not yet, the case, because these are these are systems, remember, which they don't know anything. They don't have any real meaningful agency or autonomy. They are extremely powerful and sophisticated ways of slicing and dicing vast amounts of data and applying billions of parameters to them to recognize patterns across a dizzying array of sort of data sets and data points. But generative AI, unlike, if you like, traditional AI, is generative. It can predict the next word, the next token, and so on. But it doesn't know what the inherent meaning of those words are. So I think we need to adjust a little bit to some of the somewhat breathless fears. But nonetheless, I think it's probably fair to assume that, like a lot of these technologies, it will act as an accelerant for trends that already exist. So to take your point about elections and things, there's nothing. Photoshop's been around for ages. You've been able to produce deep fakes for ages. People can churn out, and indeed they have done, misinformation. For all I know, they were churning out misinformation at the Agora at the foot of the Acropolis several thousand years ago. It's sort of, the idea of people fibbing or trying to mislead is not new, but I think these technologies generally allow you to do that, or allow bad people to do that at greater scale and velocity. So I think one of the questions, certainly for big platforms like Meta and others, is can the sort of sword, I'm mixing my metaphors, but can it be a sword, not just a shield? And I think it can. I mean, if you look at the progress that has been made on social media platforms in recent years by AI already, it's quite encouraging. If you look at the a good example would be hate speech on Facebook. Quite rightly, for a long time, a real focus of attention. The prevalence of hate speech, and I'm not just making this up, this is sort of audited data and so on, now stands at around, in other words, how much hate speech is there as a percentage of the total content? It's around between 0.01 and 0.02%. So for every 10,000 bits of content that you'd be scrolling, if you were scrolling endlessly and mindlessly on Facebook, you might find 1 or 2 bits of hate speech. I wish it was 0. I don't think it'll ever get to 0. But here's the thing. It is down by about 50 or 60% because of advances in AI. And as you know, AI systems are basically pattern recognition systems. So if you can train those AI classifiers to recognize a pattern, which you can, for instance, with hate speech, it becomes an incredibly effective tool in that adversarial space, even if people are generating it more, to also counteract it more. And the same will be true for misinformation, same will be true for almost anything that you're trying to police on these platforms, because if our policies and systems and technology are working as they should, in a sense, we should be agnostic about whether it's generated by a machine or a human being. If it violates the rules, or of course still more in a more extreme fashion, breaks the law, then the system should be able to detect that. And these systems are so powerful now that I'm quietly confident. I'll give you another very concrete example. One of the great problems for the platforms on misinformation has been that even if you get an independent fact checker to identify something as false or partially false, and then you demote it and you cover it with an interstitial which says, this has been identified as in one shape or form misinformation. The great problem is being that the people who generate that misinformation then slightly alter the content. Yeah. And so you're constantly playing whack-a-mole, and what these generative AI systems, in fact, we've been running some experiments internally, which I was just looking very recently at some of the results, are hugely encouraging, because these generative AI systems will allow us to, yes, identify a piece of content that we either want to demote or label or filter, or even in extreme cases remove. But here's the key thing. We now are capable, using this technology, to fan out across all of the different apps and identify adjacent or slightly altered content.
But do you think that, what you're talking about is actually sort of going to be enough to keep up with some of the bad actors? You mentioned the term bad actors. That remains one of the biggest sort of concerns out there. One of the things that, Meta is obviously one of the biggest players, along with Google, et cetera. And the approach that the different companies in sort of, the arms race that the big tech companies are taking on AI has been quite different. In the case of Meta, for example, Mark Zuckerberg has said that he is going to release sort of the coding for your AI, because that would be in the interest of the greater good. Other people from anywhere in the world could basically go into that and improve it. And yet, there's a lot of pushback on that. Bill Gates, on the other side of that argument, basically says it's an incredibly dangerous thing, because if bad actors get their hands on Meta's AI, we could go down a rabbit hole. So, I mean, are you prepared for this Pandora's box that is possibly being opened here?
I mean, look, if you look at the history of the internet, it's been built through open source technology. Dare I say it, Bill Gates and Microsoft were involved in quite a famous battle with Linux and open source technology. And open source won out. And it won out not only because it was often more innovative, but crucially, because experience suggests that open source technology is also safer, because you get the wisdom of a crowds applied to it.
Mm-hmm.
So not only did we open source our large language model over the summer, Llama 2, in 3 different sort of 7 billion, 13 billion, and 70 billion parameters, and then in 2 forms, in a sort of crude pre-trained form and then in the fine-tuned form. But we then actually, along with many other companies, we submitted the model to DEF CON actually in Las Vegas over the summer, to allow hackers to sort of do their best, or rather do their worst, to really stress test the flaws. Yeah. And that, in a sense, is the spirit of open sourcing. And it's not, in a sense, we're not making this up. We've been open sourcing for a long time. Over the last 10 years, we've open sourced over 1,000 AI databases and models. I think the key thing on this debate, open versus closed, is not to be dogmatic about it. Mm-hmm. Of course, there are circumstances where you shouldn't open source. Just a few weeks ago, our researchers came up with a new, extraordinarily powerful tool which can take a snippet of your voice, like literally a tiny snippet of your voice, and extrapolate it perfectly to mimic your voice. Now, clearly you don't want to open source that. So we haven't done that. But where possible, I think it is generally better to do so, because you democratize access to the technology. So it's not just a handful of big American and Chinese companies who've got the GPU capacity and the data to run these models, which are incredibly expensive. It's billions of dollars you're talking about. Yeah. You democratize access to it for academics, for researchers, for entrepreneurs, for developers, and so on.
So there's no danger, though, of a bad actor getting there, not acting in the sort of positive.
But there's always a danger of bad actors always using bad technology. In the same way that a bad actor getting behind a wheel of a car can do a great deal of damage with that car, plowing into a crowd of innocent bystanders. It's not whether it's open or closed that determines whether bad actors will try. And I think the experience suggests that one of the advantages of open sourcing is that you get far more signal about how these systems could be abused. But as I say, listen, if we ever approach as a world to that sort of somewhat dystopian vision of what's called artificial general intelligence, where these models develop an autonomy and an agency of their own, then of course you're in a completely different ball game, and then I think the debate completely changes.
So we're real happy that you're here, and we know you have limited time, and so we were also told that you weren't going to be able to take audience questions, but I therefore took the liberty of going around to the audience the last couple of days and asking folks what they would like to ask you. And one of the main questions that kind of kept coming up was actually this issue that you just raised, which is sort of, I mean, don't the tech companies have a massive responsibility for making sure that it doesn't sort of get out of control? Yuval Noah Harari, who the eminent historian who's spoken here a number of times, has pointed out that sort of the difference in technological advancements that humans have made in the past, whether it be in the Industrial Revolution or even sending man to the moon, has been that we've always been in control of that technology. What we have here at Meta and at other companies is basically a new program that is being taught to be sort of self-learning. And that also includes governments working on this to create, for example, self-learning weapons. So, I mean, are you not kind of frightened by that? Do you think that is too dystopian a thought?
Yeah, it's far too
versus,
dystopian. I think it's far, because it's not what the technology does. I mean, of course I understand.
But can it be programmed to do that?
Well, of course, as I
or
said
learn
before,
to do that?
This technology, you can't litigate with any precision about the precise use of any foundational technology. And this is not an app. This is not a piece of hardware. This is not an application. This is foundation. It's as foundational as iOS or Android. It's like a whole. It's like the sort of fundamental architecture by which all of us will interact with the online world in the future. Will it be abused by some people? I'm afraid, yes, it probably will be. Is it? But does that mean that one should be unduly pessimistic about the balance of benefit versus drawback? No, I think some of the rhetoric is somewhat sort of breathless, really. Not least because the technology right now, doesn't suggest that it has that autonomous ability.
I think you recently said the technology right now. Recently, you mentioned that the technology is sort of too dumb to do.
Well, in a very strict sense, it is. Yeah. And of course, this is why that's why we're all grappling with it. That's why we're talking about it in forums like this, which is, in one sense, you ask it to write. I was helping my 14-year-old the other day. I couldn't give much help, by the way, but he had to write a school essay about the Treaty of Versailles. Was it too punitive? Did it sow the seeds for the subsequent eruption of the Second World War? Classic sort of school essay. And as I was trying to sort of help him, I thought, gosh, I can just ask ChatGPT. It can probably produce a perfect essay, and then we can probably fiddle with it and make it sound like something that's been produced by a 14-year-old. So in one sense, you think, wow, it's so clever, it can marshal that. But on the other hand, it doesn't know anything innately. It has no idea what the words mean. It's just an incredibly sophisticated way of guessing with sort of predictively by being able to draw patterns from huge numbers of cross associations, what might be the next. But that's why these things hallucinate. That's why they come up with rubbish, because they just kind of spin up a series of predictive. Now, there's a very, very interesting debate, which you may be aware of, amongst some of the true frontier thinkers about AI. So if you look at the three so-called godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio, Jeff Hinton, and Jan LeCun, who all won the Turing Prize in 2018, they disagree amongst themselves. Jan LeCun, so I know him best because he's a professor at NYU, but he's also one of our chief AI data scientists. But if you listen to that debate, there is a school of thought that says that large language models, they're not even going to be the future of AI, because how many times can you keep reconsuming the internet and applying ever more sophisticated parameters to it? So there is a view that says, in fact, the future of AI is going to have to go in a completely different direction, sort of get out of this large language model cul-de-sac, that's what they say, and build something which doesn't require nearly as much data and is actually in many ways easier to control. So I would urge those who immediately want to jump to conclusions that it's going to be a dystopian future to just consider a bit what the technology is and what it is not, to consider that we've kind of had this tendency as humanity to assume the worst of each kind of turn of the wheel when new technology develops, and that maybe there isn't going to be this sort of, how can I put it, this sort of linear exponential increase in these large language models. It might actually go a bit like this, and maybe AI will look quite different to what it currently is predicted to look like within the next decade.
Yeah, you mentioned ChatGPT. I actually asked ChatGPT to come up, because I didn't yet have access to the new bots that you guys put out, the Meta AI. So I actually asked ChatGPT, just for the heck of it, to come up with a couple of questions for Nick Clegg about the dangers that AI could pose to democracy. ChatGPT actually spat out 12 questions, a dozen questions, ranging from AI's role in deepfake technology to inequality. Some of the questions were sort of softball questions like, what role should companies like Meta play in addressing this issue? But some of them were actually pretty hard and obviously reflected the widespread concerns that are in the hive mind, about this. And so actually I'm going to ask you one of the questions that it came up with. We've got 2 billion people voting in elections, in the world next year. We know that AI, and this is the AI saying this, we know that AI is increasingly being used to manipulate voters with tailored content. Can tech companies keep up with this?
I think I'm at risk of repeating what I said earlier. I think in this adversarial space of misinformation and disinformation, which are sort of subtly but importantly different things, I think it is undoubtedly the case that these systems could be used to accelerate the genesis or the generation of content that you don't want. But I think, certainly as far as social media platforms are concerned, we are still in control of distribution. So yes, more could be generated, but that doesn't mean it was necessarily going to be seen by people or distributed. That is something which, those are levers we can and indeed do pull pretty aggressively, as I said earlier in the sort of the illustration of how AI is being used to suppress hate speech. So I think it's worth thinking of this conceptually as there's generation and then there's circulation, and I think one of the things we need to do is work out, and this is a big cross-industry issue in my view, and it's one that I believe governments and the industry as a whole need to work on urgently, is if you can have cross-industry-wide standards on being able to identify when something has been, particularly a visual image or video has been, particularly short-form video, has been generated by AI, either through explicit watermarking or invisible watermarking, then actually, if you can do that, and you can set those standards across the different platforms, it's actually not rocket science to then throttle or limit the distribution of the material that you don't want circulating very widely. I think the issue we have at the moment is that everybody's coming up with different standards of watermarking or not watermarking. So one of the announcements that we made yesterday is that there's a new tool that you can use it's starting in sort of beta form in the US only at the moment. It's called /Imagine, and you can use it on Messenger or Facebook, or Instagram, and you can basically, with a text prompt, you can come up with photorealistic imagery. And then it will have a very clear watermark saying, this has been produced by, I forget what the watermark exactly says. But there are other...
It's been produced by AI, essentially, that it's a fake
But there
image.
are other photorealistic AI outfits out there that don't have any explicit watermarking. And remember, these platforms are not hermetically sealed from each other. So particularly when people want to disrupt elections, they don't only focus on Facebook or only focus on X or only focus on YouTube or TikTok or something. They really try and flood the whole zone. And a lot of the content that is generated on one platform, of course, will migrate to others. Yeah. So my own view is that it is, and I say this to a lot of the governments and regulators I meet, is that I worry that we are spending quite a lot of time and energy speculating on existential threats from AI which may or may not arise in many years to come, when right now, ahead of those elections where 2 billion people are going to be casting their ballot, we need standards now on common watermarking standards. Because we can do whatever we can, for instance, on Facebook, to explicitly watermark our generative AI image production tools as we are, but if others don't, it's going to be totally confusing to users, and we won't be able to police the content that comes from off-platform onto our platform.
You mentioned sort of regulation. You all were obviously sort of at the White House for this recent meeting where all of the big tech players, who are all the ones that are in this arms race, basically to make AI bigger, better, smarter, faster. You all, met, with the president, with lawmakers to basically talk about guardrails for AI. But one of the other questions that I heard, a lot from the people in this room over the last several days was the fact that a lot of these commitments to set up these guardrails are voluntary and don't really have any enforcement. You just talked about, companies putting their own watermark on fake images, but is that enough? And why should the public trust that the tech industry would do a good job of sort of regulating itself or sticking to any guidelines when the tech industry doesn't exactly have a great track record of doing that in the past?
It's not what the tech industry is saying. The tech industry is saying there needs to be regulation, but regulation is slow. So in the meantime, we're coming up with a number of, what do you want? That we don't come up with voluntary commitments? It's the only thing we can do at the moment in the absence of law. So I sort of slightly feel it's a no-win situation. So what, we come up with voluntary commitments, can't criticize it because they're voluntary. They're voluntary because there isn't hard regulation. I think everybody in the industry recognizes you do need hard guardrails on some of this stuff in law. And ultimately, of course, and ideally, which is why you have this I'm in Tokyo and Kyoto in a couple of weeks' time because the Japanese government is leading a G7 process on this. The UK government is hosting a AI safety summit in early November. And quite rightly, governments are trying to also not only decide what they feel needs to be put onto their own statute book and domestic law, but also what needs to be done collectively, because this is technology which doesn't recognize borders. But to get the ball rolling, I hope it's not a bad thing that the industry is saying, look, you need uniform standards on transparency. You need uniform standards on red teaming and stress testing. We had 350 people stress testing for 6 months, thousands of hours, our AI tools, to try and really understand where the vulnerabilities were. You need clear transparency so people understand what data is used and what's not used in the training data, what the model weights are, how have they been assembled. You definitely need industry-wide cooperation on watermarking and what's called provenance and detectability. Now, in the absence of law, and in the absence of lawmakers working out what they want, the industry is moving forward. We have something called the Partnership for AI, which is a forum which brings all these big companies together, and we're trying to come up with standards on watermarking. But yeah, you bet, I agree. In the end, this technology has to serve society, not the other way around, and I think people do want to feel reassured that it's framed by coherent regulation and law. But
and as a former policymaker, I mean, asking you to put your former policymaker hat
if
on
I must.
now, rather than I know why you're eager to leave that. But I mean, from that perspective, do you think it is realistic? I mean, you just mentioned that governments are talking. There's a lot of meetings going on. Do you feel concerned though that policymakers are always sort of several steps behind tech developments? In the United States, Chuck Schumer asked the tech giants to tell me what I should write into law, which is not necessarily a thing that generates confidence, but I mean...
Well, it only doesn't generate confidence if you think that the tech companies are so morally craven that all they're ever going to do is just... I mean, look, I know Meta's got plenty of blemishes on its reputation, I get it, but it is actually populated by human beings who also want their kids to grow up safely. It's not, these are not quite such sort of morally venal institutions. They do also want to try, and yes, they want to try and make a profit. They want to, they're racing against each other, but they also actually want to live in a sustainable, safe society. So I sometimes sort of worry that people say, oh gosh, if it comes from the industry, therefore it can't be a good idea. I think that's a super short-sighted thing to do, because at the end of the day, the legislators don't know how this technology works. You have to get the AI researchers and the scientists to open up a bit and to have a mature conversation with regulators. Otherwise, you're going to end up regulating the wrong thing, or you're going to end up regulating the technology in a way which doesn't actually work in practice. So I think you have to have a grown-up channel of communication between governments and regulators on the one hand, and the engineers and the data scientists and the companies on the other. But to your point, my concern at the moment is a dual one, which is that the debate, firstly, you always, of course, have this mismatch between the speed with which technology develops and the pace at which legislation and regulation is formed. The latter is always slower than the former. That's a familiar problem, and we're seeing it over again. My concern is that is now being coupled with what I believe to be a somewhat paralyzing debate about, oh my gosh, is the end nigh? And I think that's an unhelpful combination. If you're moving too slowly, and at the same time you're kind of thinking, oh wow, it's like this is the end of life as I know it, you kind of end up doing nothing, or you end up dealing with issues which aren't actually issues you need to deal with today, and you don't deal with them quickly enough, which is why in all of those discussions, both privately and publicly, I am trying to instill a bit of sort of pragmatic urgency and say, look, there are things we need to deal with now. All the stuff we've just talked about, misinformation, watermarking, transparency, red teaming, those are things you can do now. But my worry is if the debate keeps being taken to, is there some existential threat around the corner, you're not going to get the kind of standards. And remember, this is technology where you'll have a lot of churn, you'll have a lot of new market entrants coming in. And if their tools and their AI inventions are not captured by these standards, then you're going to have the big established players operating those standards, but you're going to have a huge incentive for a lot of smaller players or new ones not to abide by those standards, which is why regulation is necessary.
Right. I mean, we did have a discussion, earlier at this conference about, we had a presentation that basically sort of was showing how AI was being used in various countries, in the voting process, for example, in India, where, thousands of people were, asked various questions about what they want from government and all that kind of thing. And, the AI programs were somewhat limited, but nonetheless, they did apparently an excellent job at pulling together all of that data and sort of showing where all the concerns are, what were the gaps basically between what the democratic institutions were providing and what people, want. So definitely, in that sense, we're not saying that it is necessarily going to destroy the world. There are clearly good things about AI. My neighbor just, only had like an avocado and milk and butter in her refrigerator and asked AI, what could she possibly make with that for dinner tonight? And the AI was able to answer, and it was somewhat tasty. But I mean, but that being said, I mean, I think, people hear what you're saying about sort of not looking forward at the doom and gloom, but the fact of the matter is that, in the course of history, humankind has always pushed forward, pushed frontiers, pushed boundaries. That's what we do. And I have to ask you this question that actually came up on the previous panel moderated by my colleague, Roger Cohen, where it was a panel about China. And, the point was made by our other colleague, Tom Friedman, on this panel, that, sometimes history throws us surprises. People didn't necessarily see the fall of the Berlin Wall coming. Some people did, but many people did not see Russia suddenly invading Ukraine. So I think, when people raise concerns about what could possibly go wrong with AI, that's a legitimate concern because.
So forgive me. I'm not trying to sound cavalier or dismissive. Of course not. I'm just trying to be pragmatic in answer to your question. We have elections next year. We have 2 billion people voting. These are technologies, as you say, which are already being used. Yeah. So I'm also deriving, from 20 years in public life, there's only so many hours in the day. There's only so many things you can worry about. There's only so many laws you can pass. There's a lot of other things going on. You have to choose. And so why I try and introduce, I hope, a slightly more balanced view of this is I worry that we're getting into a position where we almost end up doing nothing because we're either worrying about threats which haven't arisen yet, and we're not actually, and then we don't spend the time and the effort on dealing with the things that I do think we need to deal with now, which the industry needs to deal with, researchers need to deal with, governments and legislators need to deal with. And I think it is a lot to do with the transparency and the accountability and the safety of these products for everyday use and for democracy as a whole. By the way, just one thing you mentioned, just the Indian example. I do think it'll be interesting to see how AI could be a useful tool on the kind of cutting edge of deliberative democracy, community and citizens, panels and fora. I had a fascinating meeting just last week with a minister in Taiwan, Audrey Tang, and she's. If you haven't really look up what she's doing, it's really fantastic. She uses AI. It's not very sophisticated AI. It's actually but she uses AI to help sort kind of online citizen participation and to try and distill consensus from lots of disparate input and comments. So I do think, oddly enough, that sort of old-fashioned, almost Athenian idea of citizen democracy, a direct democracy, could be aided and assisted by AI in the future as well.
Great. Well, Nick Clegg, thank you very much, and thank you for ending this on a positive note. It was really great to hear your perspective. And thanks to all of you for joining us. Let's give Nick Clegg a hand for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
As technological advances outpace existing laws and policy, finding a balance between security needs and civil liberties is important. In the name of public safety, states are using new technologies with improved surveillance capabilities. How can we defend ourselves from these violations of civil liberties? Firstly, educational initiatives, like Estonia's digital literacy program in schools, foster a society of smart users who understand the stakes of a digitized world. Second, fostering open dialogue between governments, tech companies, and private citizens is necessary. to find a common ground and update current tech-related laws. An exemplary model is Europe's GDPR, a collaborative effort that fortified privacy rights through engagement with various stakeholders. Lastly, technological innovation can provide solutions through initiatives such as the Open Technology Fund, which funds projects that develop and promote secure communication tools and privacy-preserving technologies. These measures can help pave the way towards ensuring a safer digital world while upholding our democratic values.
Hello again. Ladies and gentlemen, no rest for the weary, I'm afraid. You've just heard, I hope you've heard what one of our young leaders said. Again, just to reintroduce myself, I'm Steve Erlanger. I work for the New York Times. I'm the diplomatic correspondent based in Europe. And we have one of these other crucial questions here. If AI is a threat, cybersecurity is a threat. Maybe they're the same thing, not entirely, but certainly related. There's a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. And I think to discuss this, we have, as usual here, a very good panel with Nana Louise Linda, who's the Vice President of European Governmental Affairs for Microsoft. So it has to deal with the EU's Commission and its efforts to regulate and everything else. And Benedikt Franke, who is kind of an old friend. He's with the Munich Security Conference. He's vice chairman and now CEO, so congratulations for that. And as you probably know, the Munich Security Conference it's kind of like the Davos for serious national security thinkers, right? And it's still crammed in the same tiny little hotel in Munich, but is one of those places where you really do have a serious transatlantic discussion of things that matter. So the topic before us, we started off with cybercrime, and we'll get to that. But first, I wanted to talk to Nana Louise about what's in the backdrop of almost all our conversations, which is the war in Europe, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And in that war, there's a secret war. There's a war we don't see, which is the war of cyber attacks and disinformation. And I know your company, Microsoft, but also Google, others, have been working very hard with the Ukrainian government to try to help defend itself. So I wondered if you could just tell us a little bit about the nature of that threat and how even Ukraine's friends or allies, I don't know if you're being paid for this or not, are sort of helping Ukraine. Yes, of course. Are you being paid for it, first of all? Please, Nana Louise, go ahead.
Yes, no, thank you for that question. And I think it's appropriate to start with the war in Ukraine. It's something that we've been engaged in very actively, unpaid, from the start of the war and even before. Because of all the signals, 65 trillion signals that we analyze every day.
65 trillion.
Trillion signals that we analyze every day in order to make sure that our customers are safe. We have certain insights and information that governments don't have. So we early on saw that something was going on in Ukraine, and we collaborated with the Ukrainian government and gave them the information that we had. So we've been very open about that. We have issued a transparency report about everything that we've seen and everything that we have worked with the government around, seeing 600 attacks on 100 different government and organizations in Ukraine. And what we've also been able to do is to see, when there will be a physical attack.
Mm-hmm.
So this has been very helpful that we have been able to see some patterns. Not only when would there come a new cyber attack and help the Ukrainian government prevent that, but also when will the next physical attack happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that has been very important work, I think.
Do you do that for any other country?
Sorry?
Do you do that kind of thing for any other country?
Not in the same extensive way, but we do work with governments all over the world.
But I mean, are these political choices made by Microsoft, or are they contracts? Or, I mean, do you just decide, well, I think this country's a good country, so I'm going to help it, and this country's a bad country?
It was a little bit a unique decision to help so extensively in Ukraine. We helped also on many other parameters. We have helped them combat the misinformation, and this is also something we do in other countries, but something that's also unique to Ukraine is the work that we've done together with the International Court of Justice in order to ensure documentation for war crimes, so that we're using our AI technology and collaborating with a company that does satellite images, so that we can all these images and analyze them with our AI systems, and thereby see exactly how does it look, how does this building look before and after an attack, when did the attack happen, were there civilians inside, and so on.
And I suppose you can look at places that were fields that are now grave sites or something like that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think one element of this cyber defense work that I think is important to get across is something that's also related to the former presentation here by Nick Clegg is, there's of course a race between those that want to use cyber as a weapon and then cyber defense technology, who's the best. The same with AI. Some will use AI as a weapon, some will use AI as a tool. And what we've learned from the war in Ukraine is that the defensive technology has by far won over the offense technology. And this is for one reason, that we were able to work closely together, government and private companies.
I mean, I presume this includes the American government in its efforts to help Ukraine, right?
Sorry?
I presume this includes the American government in its efforts to help Ukraine, that you're working with the American government also in this effort to help Ukraine, because the Americans have a lot of data and information and so on.
I actually don't know how involved the U.S. government. I've not worked with them myself in these efforts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Benedict, sorry. It's everywhere. Criminals use it. It's a tool. How afraid should we be from this cyber security world? I mean, are you as confident as Nana Louise is that the defenses are superior to the attackers?
Thanks for having me. After having declined the invitation 3 times in a row, I'm glad I got a chance to try it a 4th time. Thanks for having me. How scared should we be, let's say, in the little abstract? I think that's the wrong question, because we are already scared. We did a little polling ahead of the last Munich Security Conference, asking 1,000 people in every European country, are you scared when it comes to cybersecurity? What do you feel most threatened by? And 3 results sort of stand out. 78% of Europeans are massively concerned about increasing attacks on them in their function as the smallest, but also the most vulnerable building blocks of democracy. I mean, we're at the Athens Democracy Forum here. That's really at the core of their worry, that they feel already that they are targeted not only for their money, not only for scams, but also because they are the building blocks of democracy, and through them, you can turn democracy on its head, you can break it up. So 78% are concerned about that massively. 96% of Europeans that we surveyed are concerned about the inability of their national governments and the European Union to protect them. They have a much higher faith in companies to protect them than they have in their governments. And I guess that's true for both Nick Clegg and for Microsoft, Europeans aren't quite sure about the US component of that all. There are a good 60% who are worried about having their data stored outside the European Union, that are worried about US government intent. You know, in Germany, we still talk about Angela Merkel's mobile phone being hacked by the US government. No hard feelings, but it's still a thing. And so we at the Munich Security Conference, you know, we thought, yeah, so it's a thing. We are already scared. And the AI component is massively complicating the picture because it's so diffuse, it's so nebulous, people just can't wrap their heads around them. So they are scared. And there are 3 things that we believe need to be done. And it's, you know, improving regulation, security-proofing regulation. We're really bad at aligning tech regulation with security considerations. We need to get much better at aligning the transatlantic tech agendas. Yeah. You know, if it's true that 60% of Europeans are worried about the US component, that's almost as many as are worried about the North Koreans and the Russians. We need to work hard on that. And then it strengthens societal resilience. I guess, you know, that's a key topic for the rest of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, what you say about America's, it's kind of led to the end of TTIP too. I mean, it was just this worry that somehow our regulations and European regulations weren't in sync and American regulations were too soft and too loose, and somehow there was some nefarious control going to happen. Though I must say, I did tell one of Angela Merkel's people that they should have given her a more modern cell phone. Might have helped. You know, she insisted on having an old one. So never mind. Please, Annelies, go ahead.
No, I just thought it was really good points that you mentioned, and I think there's one more thing we need to do, if I can add one to your list. In this world we live in, we need norms. One thing that was really great after the World War II in 1949, that the world came together and adapted the Geneva Convention that really spells out, you know, how to protect civilians in times of war. And I think we should really think hard about whether we could do something like that, you know, how states can act against each other when it comes to cyberspace. So like a Geneva Convention on digital.
Well, what I was going to ask you, which really flows from that, is you're dealing with Brussels constantly. I mean, the Commission is trying to, in its own way, to be the world's regulator on digital issues. And is it doing a good job? Is it adequate? I mean, does it make a difference? Or does it just make all of us, whenever we get on a website, go, yeah.
I think the EU has certainly been very successful in exporting its regulation. Just look at the GDPR. It started there, and now it's a standard for the world. I think they're hoping to do the same with AI. Right. I think it's important to have not only a European view, but a more global view, at least with like-minded countries like the US and other democracies. Again, on AI, there's this G7 Hiroshima process where you try to come to agreement on a more global scale with like-minded countries. Yeah, and you can, I mean, cyber, it doesn't know borders. So it's something, it's really an area where the EU also has to collaborate more broadly. Yeah. And it's sad about the US sentiments, I think, because US, you know, we are together in NATO, they're helping us protect a European country, you know, it's sad that we are on the box. I'm European myself.
Sure.
But
I mean, as a big company, you have to accept European regulation, but do you welcome it? Do you think it's a good idea? Or does it just cause you problems?
I welcome it. We welcome it.
Yeah.
I think, every time you have to do with something that can be used as a tool or as a weapon, there need to be guardrails around it. Just think about other technology like cars, to have regulation around cars, and you have safety brakes, and you have, airplanes. Of course, you need to have regulation.
It's just hard to keep up, I think. I mean, this is part of it. I kind of judge it sometimes by how many phishing SMSs I'm now getting on my cell phone, right? I mean, something's not working. Maybe it's my fault, but I'm conscious of, election season, right? I mean, we have some big Land elections coming in Germany that are very sensitive. We have, the American election, everyone talks about it. As Roger said, every European I ever talked to wants to know if Trump's going to win again. And part of the question is always disinformation and manipulation, which, last time was real. I don't know how effective it was. I mean, there's a debate about whether it really had a big impact. But given American elections tend to rely on small margins in a small number of states, this is something people are looking at. Is this an issue for Germany? Are people, with AfD and everything, do people just say, well, this is an honest reflection of disaffection, or do people feel that it's being manipulated?
I'm sure all of you are experts on German domestic policies these days, but we have a couple of really important state elections coming up next week and a couple of weeks down the road, and we see the right-wing fringe party going through the roof right now. Germany-wide, more than 20%, in some Eastern German states, well over 35%. Crazy. And one thing is certain, there aren't 35% Nazis in Eastern Germany. But I think both these political parties, the right-wing parties, have been very good at capturing feelings. It's very easy to prey on emotions, and they've certainly had some support from abroad. They've certainly had some financial and technical support to spread their message. And the one thing that makes me actually quite optimistic about this all is that Germany has seen this over and over again over the last couple of decades. We've had many right-wing parties coming up and creeping up. And education has become much better. Political education in schools has become much better. And now, thanks to some companies, we also see a lot of education in schools on things like second source verification. My 6-year-old son had to make sure that if he Googled something, he would Google it again, slightly differently worded, and he would check the sources. 6 years. And that actually makes me hopeful. I would say most Germans realize that they are targets of manipulation. It doesn't mean that they resist it, and it doesn't mean that they always find it, but the awareness is a good start. And if we invest more money in education, I think we will see the value of disinformation as a tool to influence elections in Germany, and I think in Europe, decline. The big problem, if I may, is sort of the social media component. Yeah. As long as they pretend that they are neutral platforms, but they value angry emojis over happy emojis, 7 times. If you use on a Facebook post an angry emoji, 7 times more people will see it than when you use a happy emoji. That is making a conscious decision. That means you prey on emotions. Anger sells. And so that, I think, is something that we need to target. And if we manage to turn social media from a problem to a chance, a way that candidates reach out to people, a way where we can have more debate on the political level, then I think we've taken the next step in the democratic process rather than taking a step back ever so often.
No, because I'm always struck in the beginning, you know, with Facebook and so on. I mean, in the very beginning, there was a sense of we're finding friends everywhere and we're opening the world to one another and it's all lovely and kumbaya. And without quite enough thinking about how it's going to get misused, I was pleased to see the German police have woken up a bit more to the threat as well of the far, far right. But how, I mean, obviously Microsoft feels a kind of responsibility. It's both regulated, but also, you know, wants its platforms to be as neutral as possible. I mean, how do you work with these kinds of worries about electoral disinformation, or can you? I mean, there's the free speech issue, there are all kinds of issues.
Yeah. And I have my colleague in the room here who is actually the expert on this, but I think it's good that you take this misinformation topic up in the context of cybercrime because it's so closely related. And I think you're right. You know, one way to address it is via education. That's definitely one of, I think, 3 areas to focus on. The other area is, of course, regulation. You know, that you have regulate what's allowed and not. And the third is an area where we have a responsibility or a role to play, and that's the technical solutions. So, for example, the watermark that we also heard about in the session before, that we're also working very closely with partners on different watermark solutions, so that you can really make sure to take the original content and watermark it, and that watermark cannot be removed. So you would be able to verify if this is the original content or not, and if it's been verified. And I think in the elections, this will be very important. Was it 2 billion people who will vote? I think it's the biggest amount of people in many, many years in one voting year. There's the EU elections, there's the US elections around the world. So I think it's an important year to really see if we can make progress on these 3 areas.
Yeah. Well, I hope we're able to do better. On the issue of cybercrime, I mean, a colleague of mine, David Sanger, wrote a very good book called The Perfect Weapon, which was really about the use of cyber in military purposes, but also because it's very hard to track it. It's not really sure where an attack comes from. I mean, people are very good at kind of hiding sources. Of course, we're getting better at finding out where things originate, but still it's a great battle. But also just in the criminal world, do either of you have much of a sense of how big that is, the black web, the crime, the manipulation of money? I mean, it's enormous, I think. And do you think we're making any progress in sort of combating it? I mean, every day I hear from, you know, you can read tales of some innocent person who, you know, lost all their money. You know, there are gangs that are very good at manipulating people psychologically. I mean, you get this fake demands constantly, and they're getting better and better. And I mean, even if you don't know the sign, I mean, do you have a sense this is the wave crashing over our heads, or are we able to win that battle slowly also? I'm looking at you. I don't know if you know the answer.
I'm you too.
I'm happy to take a go.
I'm
happy to take a go. Yeah. I think there's a lot of question in your question. One thing for sure is true is that these attacks, including state attacks, they do impact real people. And we saw that also with the old NotPetya attack in Ukraine. You know, that I actually went to Kiev when that happened and talked to real people because we really wanted to understand how this was impacting real people. But I think the answer to your question is probably two things. One thing is, again, education, like we've done with spam. You know, how do you identify a spam mail? You know, what do you need to look for? What should you not click on? So education is one of the answers, I think. And the other answer, again, is the technical solutions. And they're also, with spam, for example, we have the spam folder. And I think AI is going to be the game changer here. You know, if we can take the power of AI to help us identify patterns and have red flags go up if something is wrong, I think could be a game changer.
Can I add something? You know, I'm not into cybercrime, but geopolitics, and the two intersect in a couple of questions. State-sponsored crime, we've already talked about, but state-tolerated crime is, I think, even more interesting. So, you know, we all know about the troll factories in St. Petersburg and about some sort of North Korean hackers. And the question is, what do we have to do to change countries' rationale in letting these criminals roam freely and do their work? And how can we, you know, use this as a window of opportunity to change bargaining chips? And I think, as you said, AI, and there are some other developments, will, I think, again, improve the defensive rather than the offensive. We all talk about, you know, deep fakes, and will we still be, you know, able to tell truth from fake? Yeah, true, that is an issue. But it will help us, on the other hand, to decipher, to find the fake much quicker than currently. And I think nailing down regimes on their tolerance of crime is a hell of a lot easier, and I think potentially even more effective than nailing them down on some of the more nebulous state actions. And so there is a chance hidden right there.
No, I think that's fascinating, because I mean, one of the points about cyber is, when's an attack, right? I mean, it's one of those NATO questions. When is a cyber attack an attack? Does it prompt Article 5? Does it prompt something else? What's the nature of the attack? What's the level? And nobody really wants to deal with these things. And I just hope you're right. I mean, that the virtues of AI, you know, like the virtues of social media, finally win out over the very clever people who want to use it in the wrong way, because some of the smartest minds, as we know, are criminal ones. Do you worry at all about states using misinformation for their own benefit internally, right? I mean, sort of governments using the same tools to manipulate their own electorates. That's a little bit harder to police, I think.
Yes, we've seen that, of course, in both Russia and China, and we've also seen Russian actors trying to influence other countries' voters, or manipulate the media landscape in Nigeria, for example, to see if they can destabilize the security of the country, or China, make China look in a certain way.
Because I mean, part of what I'm thinking about is the Polish election, which is coming up quite soon, and the way different parties, particularly the ruling party, Law and Justice, is manipulating images sometimes to, you know, for particular anti-Donald Tusk purposes or anti-German purposes. And nobody can control that, but it's pretty visible. I mean, there are lots of topics here, and we don't have tons of time left, but it is, I hope, the kind of topic that prompts questions and brief comments. So if you have some, I'd be very happy to see you. If I can, I see a woman's hand with blonde hair and glasses way in the back first, and then the other woman with her hand up to come second. So please go ahead.
So we are the courageous. We're the courageous panel that does take questions.
Yes, I hope so. One question. At least 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
These are too short.
Thank you. My name's Morgan. I'm a student. And so I have a question for Nana Louise. You've highlighted the private and public sectors coming together for international security. But how can the private and public sectors come together to protect us on an individual level and ensure our privacy? Thank you.
Very model question. Thank you.
So what was the
person-
last piece of the question? How can we work on an individual basis together without
privacy, I think.
Privacy breach?
How can the public and private sectors come together to protect individuals' privacy?
Individual privacy.
Hello. My name is Caroline from Kenya. And the question I have is also directed to Nana. And this is really about, you've talked about regulations. Of course, Europe has the Act. America, you've talked about self-regulation. My question really touches on the global south. Of course, the regulations and the acts that you're talking about do not apply universally or globally. And so my question is, what are you doing around the global south? Because when you, and especially Africa, because the biggest challenge that we have is all the bad things that we are talking about, big tech, are happening and taking place in Africa. We are seeing issues of electoral interference, content moderation gone bad, ethnic mobilization using social media companies, and this is not being regulated. That's one. And then secondly, if you don't address these challenges in the South, then you have big tech using the South as the playing field for the bad habits that they can't apply in the North. And then lastly, to remind also that the 2 billion people that are going to elections next year, almost 1 billion of those, or 500 million of those, are going to be in Africa. We have Egypt, we have South Africa, we have DRC, Egypt, Ghana, and Rwanda, all going to elections. And these could be tipping point elections. What's the big tech companies going to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Let's try to take one more question from this woman here. And then we'll come back for brief responses. Please, go ahead.
I'm Victoria, and I'm from the International Youth Think Tank, and I live in Kiev. I wanted to ask you, artificial intelligence is now extensively used during the course of the war, but how artificial intelligence can be used in the post-war period, and what threats it can create for the post-war rebuilding and peace building?
Okay, thank you. Very complicated questions, but let's try. Benedict, why don't we start with you this time and then finish with
I think most of the questions were directed to you, luckily. But let me just, I did mention AI at the beginning, I think, in my comments, and it makes everything much more complicated. And there is this discussion about an Oppenheimer moment. Does this moment compare somehow to the creation of nuclear weapons and the split into the positive, namely nuclear energy, which needs to be incentivized, and the negative, namely nuclear weapons, which needs to be ostracized? And I think, yes, and we focus far too much on the evil, the dark, the potentially destructive side of AI, and there is so enormous benefits to it that I just wish we would be seeing a much more open and transparent debate about those. I also find that the discussion about regulating AI is missing the mark quite often, because it's certainly not about regulating a technology. Have we ever regulated electricity? No. It's about the application. So we need to make sure that we find what application of that technology we want to regulate and keep that down and keep the chances up. And when you talk about peace building, rebuilding, a post-war period, I think the advantages, the benefits of AI far outweigh the potential risks. Over.
That's hopeful. That's good. I like that. Nana Louise.
I really, really loved the question from about Africa because I agree so much with everything you said, and you know the things that's going on there, and it's almost like it's being a test bed for some, you know, big state actors to try out, you know, how they can manipulate populations. I think what we can do as a tech company is to be transparent about what we see and what we learn. And if you check on the, we've been issuing 2 reports. I think they're both from this year, about how we have what we have seen about Russia and China manipulating information in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, supporting coups and trying to manipulate the media landscape to support the coup and have, for example, fake information about French colonialism. So I think we can definitely help with sharing all the information and all the things that we see, and hopefully then bring more transparency to people about what's really going on. I think that's probably my answer to that. About how we can help each other on privacy, I think privacy continues to be like of utmost importance. And I think it's maybe not exactly answering your question, but I think, you know, the work that the EU and US are doing on the EU-US cloud agreement, yes, on making sure that the data flow respecting privacy, I think that's a big step. Just hope it will be adopted. So yeah. Oh, you're nodding, so that answered you. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank both of you. It's a complicated topic. I like the fact that we think technology will come down on the good side rather than the bad side. So let's leave that. And thank you both very, very much. Great. So Yang? No, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. If it works. Thank you so much. And now kind of continuing on this vein, I want to introduce Sohee Yang. She'll be the first of 2 speakers who are going to talk to us a little bit about using technology in the service of democracy. 2 very specific examples. Sohee is one of our Bright Idea sessions. And then you may have noticed there's been a little change in the programming from Electus. We're going to hear about using the blockchain for voting. Gilles, who will be joining us after Sohee, was potentially not able to make it, but he decided to come. His wife is imminently going to give birth. But he is still here with us, so he will be speaking right after Sohee. And let's just hope she doesn't go into labor.
Hi. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sohee Yang, currently working as a political activist and civic hacker in South Korea. So I stand here on behalf of my team, the Vanjan Institute of Politics, and to present an idea to unite your interests and imaginations in digital democracy and future governance. So I think many of you may have attended the yesterday's session, very interesting, entitled Reimagining the Building Blocks of Democracy. And during that session, our team's proposed a very interesting and also timely concept, so called the fourth branch. The core point of his idea is involving non-human animals, natures, and future generation in the decision-making process. Because while they're also the essential members of our planet, they're mostly excluded from the current human-centered governance. Well, very interesting, somewhat sci-fi, but still reasonable, right? So simultaneously, it raised numerous questions. Here are 3 main points. First, how can you choose and trust the representative group of the fourth branch? And second, how can you review the process and ensure it fully aligns with original purpose? And third, is a locker-based approach enough for tackling such a borderless issue? Well, thinking over those questions consistently, an integrating idea just hit me. What if we put this idea on the DAO mechanism? So before jumping in, I wonder how many of you are familiar with DAO? Does anyone have heard about the concept or function of the DAO? Oh, no. Okay, I see. So let me provide a brief explanation, but please forgive me that I have only 5 minutes to do, so just a quick note. So here I drew a basic fundamental concept of DAO in comparison with a traditional organization. A DAO replaces a central authority with rules encoded as smart contracts, and which is stored on the blockchain. Neither a single CEO nor all executive board members decide making a decision, but the DAO works on the decision of its member consensus. So currently, DAO is mainly used as treasury or a shared bank account, but my purpose here is to highlight its components and features as a governance model. So returning to the core concept of the fourth branch, here I demonstrate how and why DAO community is much more fit with its original purpose. First, if the fourth branch has a philosophy and principles, it should be encoded in a smart contract, which automatically determines and judge how it operates and how the decision-making process is going on. And all the decisions made in DAO are recorded in a public blockchain, which allow anyone in the community to see how the process is going on. And well, it ensures the higher level of transparency and accountability that, yesterday's session, every people underlined as a key components to overcome the current demographic crisis. And plus, as non-human and future generation is quite requiring ultimately the borderless issues and requiring the international corporations, the DAO community's accessibility to globe is highly beneficial. Well, not only for the fourth branch idea and future generations and future governance, but DAO can also work for the building new types of political and social participation movements. Here is another practice I recently launched in South Korea. So the project title is Yunnan, which means in Korean eccentric, but also short for Young Adult Network. So this project aims to empower young South Koreans, to empower them to be an active and responsible citizens for our society, saying it is time for the grown-ups to grow up. So I designed the overall roadmap of this movement based on the principles and mechanism of DAO. And a few weeks ago, I hosted a pre-town hall event with 40 members and collected the data from their responses for the question asking the criteria and the practice that we should keep up as a young adults in our society. So after full datification, the rules and principles that we need to keep up as young adults be coded by the smart contracts. Then I will create the governance token and social funds based on the membership fees and donations. And after first round of fundraising, anyone in the community can submit a proposal to suggest any specific action plan to implement our missions on a local basis. So if the passes through the voting procedure at the last point, the proposal will be given an optimal budget to implement and take an action to leading their activity what they suggested. So of course, DAO is not exceptional for having disadvantages and limitations. Well, like practical cases, technical complexity, less efficient, and then centralized organization, and also even potential security risk exists. And of course, I don't expect digital tools and technology to completely solve the fundamental crisis the current government system has confronted. But nevertheless, I strongly believe we should take up some challenges that is newly emerging in the transformative era as democracy is moved forward by an endless experiment. So this year's forum asks, do we dare to hope? And I dare to say, yes, we should. Because striving to find a hope in the all disappear is our role to the last. So I will continue to make something in a new era, as you will do. Thank you for your attention. Evgaristo.
Okay. So hello everyone. So we've all been talking a lot about democracy over the past 2 days with fascinating speeches. And there's been a lot of talk about how democracy is today, how it can be fixed, how it can be strengthened. And what I would like now for a moment is to pause on what democracy could be, not now, but just in 10 years. And I want to talk this afternoon about a revolution which is silently already coming and which is going to reshape entirely our democracies. And this is online voting, and in particular, blockchain voting. So blockchain voting is online voting, internet voting, but using the blockchain technology. So since we're talking about elections, I propose we start with a small vote. You know, what's better way? So I'm going to ask you 2 very simple questions, and unfortunately we'll do it manually, not electronically. I mean, we're close to the PNIX, so my first question is very simple. I mean, how many of you here today in this room have concern or are worried about the state of democracy? How many think that democracy is not functioning the way it should today in our societies? Just raise your hand. Okay, yeah, of course we have a very, very large majority, which actually echoes, public polls. There's a majority in the US, in Europe in general, thinking that it's not working the way it should. Now, second question. How many of you think that we should give more voice to experts? That we should give them more power? I give you an example. We've been talking, we're going to talk a lot about climate change. So the IPCC gives scenario. Experts give us a way to avoid catastrophic scenarios. Should we just give them more power? So who would think that experts don't have enough powers in our current democracies? Just raise your hand. Aha, I have half of it. So we're a particular audience, of course. We're all here, big advocate of democracy. But in general, when you turn to public polls, you still have a majority of people thinking that experts should have a greater voice. And I think this is exactly at the core of all our discussion. We're all schizophrenic about democracy. We want more power to the people, and at the same time, we want more power to experts. Although these experts are not elected, and although these experts tomorrow are going to be called AI, okay? So probably the biggest experts on climate change in 10 years from now is going to be called, GPT-15 or whatever. And so, how do we reconcile these 2 approaches? And my point this afternoon is going to prove that there is a middle ground emerging between our traditional democracies, which are under attack in terms of legitimacy and efficiency, and on the other side, that kind of AI-driven technocracy, that we see coming and happening. And this middle ground, I will call it direct digital democracy. And this is probably how we're all going to make our democracy function in 10 years. In 10 years, we're going to be asked to vote on great political priorities, on specific projects at local level, national level, international level. And AI, instead of choosing on our behalf, will probably help each of us to make the right choices for each of these decisions. Because AI would be more distributed if providing it's transparent and open, as we see some of the AIs are becoming today. So this will be, of course, empowered by e-voting. Now, if I talk about e-voting, probably many of you today are not thinking as e-voting as a big revolution. If you're lucky enough to own your house, you probably already vote in your homeowner associations. If you're an engaged citizen, we probably all are here, you vote within your NGO or community or nonprofit. If you're Canadian or Australian, any Canadian or Australian? I can't really see. Okay. Have you voted electronically online at some local elections? Some of the Canadian states do, like Ontario. Well, if you move from to another state. If you're French, so I'm French, are there French people around? Okay, so I'm, okay, half French. So French citizen, when we live abroad, so overseas French citizen, can vote online for parliamentary elections. And if you're Estonian, any Estonian by any chance? So too bad, because Estonia is at the spearhead of technology in democracy. So Estonians have been voting online since 2005 at all elections. So e-voting is already around. Now, I suppose some of you, when we talk about online voting, might also feel a little bit suspicious. When I talk in medias or social media about e-voting, I get a lot of hate messages, like really, or even death threats. Okay, so I'm sure it won't happen after this conference, but this is a very hot debate. And to be fair, many of the concerns are legitimate around e-voting, and we will not be able to use it until we bridge that trust gap. Because we trust paper voting, mostly. I mean, not everywhere, not everyone, but let's say in our democracies. And we don't trust paper voting because it's impossible to fraud. There's just so many examples in the world of how you can fraud paper voting. But it's verifiable. If you track every aspect of it, then you can, of course, detect any fraud. So if you're extremely suspicious, you can come first hour to the poll station, and you can sit all day next to the ballot box, and you can be sure that no one has been playing with the ballot box or trying to fraud it. And you can stay during the evening and witness the counting and the tallying. That's verifiable. Now, with e-voting, that seems to be a different story. How can you verify? Most people just, you send your vote around, and it goes over there, in the cloud. And where does it go? And where can I recount it? Where can I be sure it's there or somewhere? So this is really the trust issue. And none of the systems I've just mentioned, so sorry for Canada, sorry for Australia, sorry for France, sorry for Estonia, none of these countries provide end-to-end verifiable systems. And this is what's happening and coming. This is where blockchain comes into play. Because with blockchain, you can track digital information the same way it would be printed on paper. So we can design a voting scheme which will mirror the paper ballot voting scheme. So you would have a ballot box, and you can track your own ballot, and you can be sure it's there in the ballot box, and you can verify it's not been altered or modified or suppressed without revealing to anyone what you voted. And that's, of course, it's a total game changer. Because trust is objective and subjective. With verifiable online voting, each voter will build his or her own trust on the system by just verifying his or her own vote. So this doesn't solve all the issues, okay? There's other issues with e-voting. You need to be sure, I mean, if I just, start voting online, okay, I get a notification. How do We make sure that I'm the person I pretend to be. So you need to have identification, e-identification or e-vote IDs, that you can check. We need to be sure as well that my device is not lying. So for example, if I have to vote Trump or Biden, okay, I vote Trump, how can I be sure my device is not sending a Biden ballot, to the bulletin board? Okay, so we need to have, of course, very secure next generation device, but also to be able to challenge the device. We also need to be sure that I'm not going to be influenced, because there's no voting booth, when you vote online. So what happens if someone is just next to me and asks me or buy my vote? So this is a harder issue, but you can go across it by allowing people to re-vote. So if you re-vote, then my coercer goes away, and then I re-vote, and then there's nothing he can buy from me. And I would say there's also the question of people who don't feel comfortable with just e-voting, and they should be allowed to vote manually with paper. It's called hybrid voting, and all the countries I mentioned have hybrid voting. If you don't want to vote electronically, you can vote with your paper ballot. But if all these conditions are met, and I'm not saying they're met today, what I'm saying is they're going to be met within 5 to 10 years, then you have an extremely powerful tool. Then you have a tool that will allow effective participation in the democratic process, just not like voting once every 2, 4, 5 years, but on a much more regular basis. Now, you might ask, do we want this? Okay? Is this a good outcome? Do I want my neighbor to vote more? But what we see is that direct democracy is actually providing something that indirect democracy is not. Take the US. Take the most contentious issues in the US now, abortion. Okay? We see that politicians, Republican, Democrat, cannot come together. The divide is too strong on a common ground on abortion. But every time people have cast their vote on referendums, initiatives, in California, but also in Republican states like Kansas or Kentucky or Ohio, they voted against a ban. Why? Because voters are less extremist than the politicians in a polarized world. Because once you vote, you start to talk and socialize and think about it. You become less radical. And that, of course, opens a lot of new ways. And once it's electronic, you can repeat it, you can do it more, a smarter way. We just had a referendum in Paris on scooter, okay? Do we need scooters in Paris? It's a good way to ask people. But the mayor asked it with ballot paper. Now, who has time on a Sunday afternoon to spend 2 hours to go to the polling station to cast a vote on scooters? Now, of course, only a handful of angry retired people, and that was the result. So the result was 96% against scooters. And the turnout, just guess, the turnout was less than 10%. It's a one-digit turnout, which never happens. So there's a lot of room of maneuver there. So if we picture ourselves in what democracy will like tomorrow, we'll be able to vote. We'll be able to vote on local issues, on national issues, on international issues. We'll be able to vote on climate change. We know the COPs, when we have all these conference of parties and head of states and prime ministers, and they can't decide. I used to be in government, before building the startup on blockchain voting, Electis, which now I run. And I used to be an advisor to President Sarkozy. We went to the COP15 in Copenhagen. We decided, the head of state decided to lock themselves up for 24 hours to come to a decision because the divide was so big. But we didn't. Why? Not because negotiators were bad, just because they had no mandate. No head of states or government had a mandate on climate change because they were not elected on climate change. They were elected on so many other things, right? If we elect tomorrow people who is going to be able to be counterpart of this head of state, we'll make more legitimacy. And we electists, we work with the UN to elect NGO representatives at the COPs. So I'm finishing here by saying I think there's really two models which are going to happen in the very near future. There's a model with data, okay? And this is going to be a very centralized and compelling model in a way. A kind of dictatorship of data. I like to call it a datatorship. And on the other hand, there'll be a possibility of much greater participation of citizens. A democracy for all. and we're in Greece, so I want to make a Greek word. Democracia, we all know, is power of the people, but that word people has been used by so many politicians and interest groups. Let's call it power of all, you know, the pan-Croatia. And the pan-Croatia would be democracy by all, of all, and for all. Welcome to pan-Croatia. Thanks.
Okay, good evening, and I want to thank all of you who've stayed to the end of this very long day. It's not quite over yet, but we will not take more of your time than anybody else. Like others before me, we will cover an entire continent in about 40 minutes, and that will be our challenge. Now, I am Serge Schmemann. I'm a member of the editorial board of the New York Times. An editorial board is a group of unelected people offering unsolicited advice on world affairs. So this is a good role for us. We will be talking today about Latin America, and in my preparatory reading, I found a very kind of dual image of the continent on every front. On the one hand, we're talking about one of the most promising regions in the world. There's no wars. It's the most democratic region in the developing world, and it's set to become an economic powerhouse with all the kind of green minerals that will be necessary for a green world. And at the same time, you read about a lot of bad news, democratic backsliding, politics that veer from far left to far right without any notice, and a region plagued by inequality, crime, drug trafficking, social upheavals. And despite similarities of language and history, there has been no successful attempt to bring unity, a European Union type of cohesion to the continent. So to sort out all these issues, we have a wonderful panel. Beginning from the end, Jorge Quiroga is a former president of Bolivia who's worked in many, many other positions, including the World Bank. Natalia Herbst is a social impact consultant, something you will explain to us. It's an interesting title, who's worked with the government of Buenos Aires. And Adriana Mejia is executive director of the Innovation for Development Foundation, who was previously Colombian ambassador to the OECD. So to start off, I want to borrow a trick from Steve Erlanger, my colleague, when he moderated the Africa panel, and he asked this panel, which stereotypes of your region irritate you the most? And having spouted a whole bunch of stereotypes, I would like to ask you, perhaps starting with you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Serge, Adriana, Natalia. Thanks to the Athens Democracy Forum. Pleasure to be here. Many of you have come from far-flung places, very far away. Probably no one has come from as high as I have, because in La Paz, where I live in Bolivia, the airport is 4,000 meters. You can ask Messi if you ever want to win a quick bet. He's been to La Paz 4 times, never scored a goal. Is the home field advantage that we have up there. Serge, there's we have plenty of stereotypes. I think Mario Vargas Llosa one time at a forum we were at said, in Latin America, we don't leave the fictional area to the writers like himself or Gabo Garcia Marquez or Borges. We put it on politics, and we have this larger-than-life figure, Fujimori in Peru, Menem Argentina, Chavez, Castro, that tend to dominate the narrative, and then the perception of South America gets built from that. But having said that, I think what you mentioned at the beginning is key to notice. There are only 2 regions in the planet that have democratic arrangements to work together. Not perfect. You in Europe know that it's not perfect. There's some issues. But we in Latin America, without having the frameworks that you have built in Brussels and the parliament and the currency and what have you, we do have the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the Inter-American Human Rights System, the Election Observation Mission. And I can tell you from experience, having gone to observe elections in Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, other places, that is something to be treasured. And the stereotype of instability does not correspond to the reality of what truly happens in the area. Now, having said that, in Latin America, we do have a democratic charter that says it is not enough to have geographical continuity or borders with countries to be a member of the club. We signed on 9/11/2001, which forever shall be the second most important or relevant thing that happened that day, for obvious reasons, in Lima, Peru. But we signed that saying, to be part of this club, you got to have free and fair elections, independent judiciary and institutions, free press, alternation in power, nobody can stay forever, things that you have in Europe. Is it perfect? No. Do we have exceptions? Certainly, glaring ones. We have 3 dictatorships in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, but we do have a framework. And I know when you go to Asia and Africa, they don't have that. So having those common values leads to the challenge of why do we not do more integration with Europe and South America, but perhaps I'll leave that for another round to integrate, but I will leave you with a tantalizing thought. The train in terms of European South American integration is about to leave the station and it's not coming back, because the trade arrangement discussions between Europe and South America, in particular through Mercosur, Serge, have been going on forever and ever and ever. It's a never-ending date, and there's no marriage. And if Europe is not open for business, and the US, by the way, is not open for business, then do not please come preach to us about Huawei, no way, out of the way, get China out of the way, because China is actually open for business. Yes, do I like their politics? Absolutely not. But for South America, they are the #1 or #2 trade partner. They're the buyer for commodities. And I can name 3 presidents that I know well: Santiago Peña in Paraguay, Lasso in Ecuador, Lacalle Pou in Uruguay. Small countries, they would be quote-unquote right-wing, and they're queuing up to do free trade agreements with China, because you cannot get one through with the European Union or the United States of America. So perhaps we have the Spanish presidency, and I left you with a thought, is this semester it ends in December, and I know they're going through the difficulties of setting up a government, but if with the Spanish presidency we cannot get through the Mercosur-European negotiation, down the road we'll be looking at trade agreements with China, and many in Europe will be thinking, why did we lose the South America links? Well, perhaps because the French agricultural subsidies were stronger than the need to do integration with South America.
Good. Well, we'll get back to unity again. I think that's an important topic. But in the meantime, Natalia, maybe you can tell us which stereotypes are correct, if any, and which irritate you, if any.
Okay, thank you so much to the Athens Democracy Forum for the invitation. And I would like to complement the points, the very good points that President Quiroga made, with a point more regarding citizens and our culture. I think there's a tendency to think about the region under the label of Latinos, which puts in one big bag everyone from Mexico to Argentina, including people usually born in the US from Latin American descent. And this tends to erase the huge diversity that you can find in the region. We speak different languages. We have different races, different struggles for independence. We have had different histories with democracy. And I think that when you use one unique label to talk about all of us, it permeates into political discussions, it permeates into cultural discussions, and it erases all the richness of our diversity in the region.
Adriana, can I ask you the same question? What do you?
Yes, I tend to both agree and disagree.
There you go.
So I do think that the inter-American system has set like a ground for certain common values and unity. However, some governments over the past 15 years or so have made it a point to, open a gap with the inter-American system, and that has been probably at the origin of many challenges in being able to guarantee institutional integrity in the region. So even if the inter-American system has set a very strong architectural design to follow, I do think that we have to be aware that some countries have separated themselves from these set of values. I would also not agree with Natalia in the sense that despite a lot of diversity, we do have a common history and a common background. Ethnically, there are not big differences, not big differences of religion or of language, despite Brazil being obviously the biggest country and has a different language, but we all more or less understand ourselves. So that would not be like a reason for disunity. Rather, I think it would be a reason for unity because what unites us is more than what separates us. Thinking of the stereotypes and your introductory diagnosis to the situation in South America, I would say that maybe a pressing challenge does have to do with criminal activity in the region, the proliferation of criminal economies, and the way that in many cases this has captured important parts of the state, especially in those countries where democracy isn't alive and well. But also in many other countries where narco-trafficking, human trafficking, arms trafficking make up for a very big proportion of economic activities, especially in those regions that are most vulnerable and poorest. So in that sense, the stereotype would pretty much describe a very worrying problem and the challenge that we have to confront.
Well, maybe we can continue with you since you raised the next question I had. We can go back in reverse order, which was about democracy. Latin America is the most democratic part of the developing world. It's, third only behind North America and Europe. And yet, the various studies have shown backsliding for the last many years. We know the specific countries you mentioned which are a problem, but this index traces backsliding across a broad area. And so continuing with these problems you cited, maybe why is there a backsliding? Is this a problem that can be reversed? Is this a problem that is permanent and continuous? And maybe you can give some examples from your own country, from Colombia, of how this is working.
We were very proud in Colombia to call ourselves the longest standing democracy in Latin America. We never had a military coup, and we have had very strong institutions, separation of powers, and free press, despite a very also long-standing situation of violence and terrorist threats and different kinds of menaces that come from narco-trafficking organizations, guerrillas, paramilitaries, etc. Having said this and having had, like a continuous alternation in power, we're currently before the first radical leftist presidency in our Republican history. And maybe I would rephrase that more than saying a radical leftist, it's like a radical populist. So the institutions are really being put to a test. This presidency has been in power since August last year, so it's just 14 months. But you can really see a tension between the legislative power, the executive, and the judicial, as very radical reforms are trying to be put in place by the executive. And so far, the Congress is resisting, and the Constitutional Court is like watching very closely. We don't really know how it's going to play out. Hopefully, the institutions are going to be able to maintain, their positions. But this is a challenging situation, and we have seen, examples of where this can lead in our neighboring Venezuela, for example. More than 24 years of one political party rule with the dire consequences that the whole continent is witnessing, such as the massive migration, etc. So I think the real threat to democracy in our continent is radicalism, is extremism, is populism. How that comes to be, probably generated by a lot of fear and anger on very big segments of society. And I would not exclude the possibility of also some kind of influence and a lot of misinformation traveling through social media that enrage citizens and make them make decisions not with their head, with a hot head, but with a level head.
Yeah. Natalia, you work with youth in Argentina, right? Maybe you could tell us, well, first of all, what is your sense of the broad trends of democracy? And,
Yes.
but specifically, what do you think can be done to reverse it through the kind of work, for example, that you're doing, if it is working to reverse it?
Great. So I'll be happy to share some trends that are common to the region and not specific to Argentina. So as you mentioned, and sometimes they seem kind of contradictory, so it's interesting to understand why they coexist. So as you mentioned, we are part of this global process of democratic backsliding, but in that context, we still score as the best as a region from developing countries. And what you can see in that context is that citizens have very low levels of satisfaction with democracy, so they are not happy with how it's working, with the performance of governments, but they still show high levels of support to democracy, which means that they still support it as a regime type. So what you have is a problem that is more aligned with the performance of governments than with the value of citizens, which is a fairly positive starting point. This very challenging situation for governments to deliver successful policies that bring prosperities for the majority is combined with a perception from citizens that once in power, politicians are way more concerned about their own survival, about remaining in power, and with the needs of the elites rather than creating prosperity for the majority. And this has progressively created an erosion of trust in governments. If you ask people in Latin America, 77%, which is a very high number, will tell you that they don't think that political parties work well, but the same kind of amounts consider that democracy doesn't work without political parties. So this brings us to a situation in which I think that the tactics of authoritarian actors have shifted. In the past, as Adriana mentioned, authoritarians used to get into power through military coups in the region in most cases. And currently, their tactics have shifted into infiltrating democratic institutions via elections, either in old parties or starting new movements, and debilitating the system from within. And I think this is a very dangerous trend that we need to be very attentive to. In relation to youth, I was extremely privileged to serve in public office under a mayor at the city level, and then, who then became president. So I also served at the national level, at the federal level, who firmly believed that youth policy had to be developed and implemented by young people. And so I did this at a considerably young age. And this was not just like having us there for the photo op or having us have an opinion and leave. We were given resources, we were given decision-making power, and we had a mandate to define the priorities of our generation. So my call for everyone here in the room who has a political power or is in politics and is building teams is find the talented youth in your communities, invite them to participate in your teams, because young people are ready. Young people are already creating incredible impact in their communities, and more than anything, they deserve to shape the future that they are going to live in for longer than all of us. So that's my ask for everyone here, and my ask for young people in the room is go and claim those spaces.
Thanks. Jorge, I'd like to hear your opinion about the broad trends of democracy, but I'd also like to get you back to the topic of unity about which you were speaking earlier. In June, President Lula of Brazil held a conference for South America, not all of Latin America. It was again an attempt to get unity, and there was a lot of talk, set up another committee, but at the same time, he gave a warm greeting to President Maduro of Venezuela, which got a lot of people irritated. Was that a sort of a symbolic representation of the broader problem, that the shifting ideologies tend to stand in the way of greater unity?
Serge, it was a very disappointing moment, because Brazil is very large, very important, and for them to pretend that Venezuela is a democracy and to a criminal tyrant welcome him like he was a democratic leader was extremely disappointing. And it was also disappointing that along those lines, Brazil has a very ambiguous position vis-a-vis the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The government of Brazil one time said that Zelensky should not be so greedy. He had to just give up Crimea. I can tell you, Brazil took a lot of our land away. They took El Acre, big area, in exchange for a white horse by brute force in the 19th century. So if Brazil's feeling so generous with Crimea, why don't they give us back the Acre? I'll give them back the horse, if that's how they want to deal with it. And it is disappointing. I think that the point of democratic backsliding has to do with that, Serge, and we are at a very critical juncture in the following. When we signed the Democratic Charter in 2001, there was one lone exception, Cuba. Imperfect democracies everywhere else, yes, but we had a club of democracies. Now we have 3 outright dictatorships, and my country on the waiting list, and Guatemala in peril and what have you. And there's plenty of issues. Drugs have taken control of the state in Guatemala. They've seized parts of Mexico. They seized parts of Venezuela from Colombia. There's many things that have to do with that. But Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua were the axis. How did this come about? It was basically a joint venture between the Cuban repressive know-how that they learned from East Germany and the Venezuelan how to pay with a petro-oil checkbook. And they seized control of the hemisphere. There was backsliding. Chavez passed away. And the problem with populist governments is the recipe is populism to get there, hegemony to stay longer in power, and then tyranny to stay forever. And they have reached the tyrannical phase in all those 3 countries. And we have Venezuela, we're supposed to have elections. Nicaragua, there's not a prayer. Everybody who raised their hands saying, I may think about I'm thinking about running for president, they were jailed, deported, their passports taken away, and their houses confiscated by Ortega Murillo. Cuba, you know the story about Cuba. They have a gerontocracy. Sometimes people talk about the gerontocracy in the U.S. Let me tell you, the Cuba, Raúl Castro, Ramiro Valdez are older than my dad in Bolivia, who cannot renew his driver's license because he's too old. And these people have license to destroy other countries, unfortunately. Venezuela is up next. There's a heroic woman, Maria Corina Machado, follow her. And I don't want to over-glorify her, but we, Europe and Latin America, have something in common together. Zelensky in Ukraine, and I don't want to put Maria Corina to her level, Maria Corina Machado in Venezuela. We have elections in Argentina October 22nd. We also have primaries in October 22nd in Venezuela. She is going to win by a landslide. If there was anything close to a free and fair election, she would beat Maduro in a landslide. Are we going to have free and fair elections in Venezuela? Are we going to help Zelensky free Ukraine? And those things are tied together, and I'm not overstretching it. Why? I don't share the Biden definition of when the Russia started autocracy against democracy. It was territorial integrity and sovereignty, which we understand in Latin America very well. If not, ask the Mexicans. They want California and Texas back still to this day. We understand that. Because if you say autocracy versus democracy, Serge, and then you say, oh, Saudi Arabia, oh, China, oh, Turkey, would you please help us on this autocracy versus democracy? People go, how does that work? No, it's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And we are very sensitive. China should have been sensitive to that argument. But the problem with Putin is that he runs Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. You watch this year, Raisi, the envoy of the Ayatollah of Iran. Where does he go? Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, with the Iranians. They run parts of Venezuela. Lavrov comes to Latin America just last April. He does a tour of Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. The regimes are sons of Putin, which in Spanish is puncher, hijos de Putin. It's puncher in Spanish if you get the translation. So, yeah, they're not, and the translation doesn't work so well. I'll give you another example. But anyway, so Russia is very involved in this area. So we are tied together. And my concern is the following here. There's going to be a tendency in the U.S., you see it coming, we're tired of Ukraine. No more money for Ukraine. We can't vote the continuing resolution. We got to take the Ukraine money out and what have you. So Europe, that's your problem. And there's a tendency in Europe to say, we're tired of helping Venezuela. Maduro, that's your problem, somebody else's problem. So then let's each go our own way. And the next few months are critical. There are sanctions that have been imposed on Russia because of the invasion. Are you going to start relaxing them in the U.S.? There are sanctions that have been imposed, not to the same degree, in Venezuela. Are you going to start relaxing them? They say we will lift the sanctions on Venezuela if they have free elections. And what are free elections? It's not the balloting and voting on blockchain. It's Maria Corina Machado has to run for president. That's a free and fair election. Otherwise, you won't get it. And at least as far as I'm concerned, Serge, so far as Ukraine is concerned, Slava Ukraina, Heroim Slava. Keep going, Zelensky. If you defeat Putin, it will do more for democracy in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua than you can dream of.
Well, now that you've raised the topic of autocracy versus democracy, there is a very interesting case history right now in Latin America, which has nothing to do with Putin or Ukraine, but has everything to do with a popular perception that autocracies are more efficient at solving major problems. This was in El Salvador, which had an enormous crime problem. It was out of control. And they elected Nayib Bukele, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but in any case, he went ahead, arrested 70,000 people, violated every conceivable human right, and is enormously popular in his own country, but also elsewhere. I gather there were statues to him being built in other countries, and he's become a sort of a hero. What do you do with that when, in fact, he has solved the problem that he was elected to solve, even though in the process he has seriously damaged democracy? Is that not the plague we're all facing with Trump in the United States as well, when you create kind of issues that only an autocrat seems to be able to solve? Maybe you'd like to. I mean, we're running a bit out of time, so
that's
if we could.
That's a very difficult question,
Yeah.
and as a Colombian, I can also say that Colombian citizens have voted many times in favor of security, because security being like the most fundamental right of all. However, understanding that democracy entails a balance between security and the preservation of human rights. It's difficult to say how the Bukele project is going to play out. They have elections coming up, and I do understand that there is like a way in which President Bukele is intending to run again, even if the legal system is not very clear about it. So that's something we should be watching. What I can say is that in Colombia we have regional elections coming up next October as well as in Argentina. And many candidates are defining themselves like, I am the Bukele of Colombia. So the impact is strong.
Yeah.
I don't know if statues are have been put up, but there are quite a few candidates that are describing themselves in that way.
Yeah. In Argentina too, is he popular?
There are very marginal candidates that have directly linked their model with what he's been doing. Unfortunately, we also have in the current election candidates who have very radical platforms, who have performed well for the first time. That was a novelty for us, the kinds of platforms that people are supporting. But I think when as people who work to strengthen democracy and have worked in government, when we try to analyze this phenomenon, I think it connects a lot with something that Adriana said in her first answer about how many times people end up voting based on their emotions. And if most of the narratives of politicians and candidates while they're in office and while they are campaigning don't connect to people's everyday worries and everyday problems, and if these people feel like they are being left out of the story of progress of their country, it's reasonable that they will turn to someone that seems to make promises, even if they are unfeasible, that relate to their everyday life. So we had some reflection to do about how do we better connect to those experiences.
Yeah. Well, and Jorge, can I put it to you as a former president? Do you feel that there are times when a democratically elected government is simply incapable any longer of solving a problem, and therefore the public is justified in selecting an autocrat? I hope you say no.
No, never. I would never trade democracy for security, even though it may be temporarily popular. I'll give you an example. And Uribe was had sky-high popularity in 2010. A lot of people said he should have stayed in office with her mandate. They use your country's example. FDR, because people forget, in the U.S., the two mandates and you're gone was not codified in the Constitution. It was a letter from George Washington. And then after FDR had the third mandate and the fourth mandate in World War II, then it created a perverse incentive, right? If you're in the middle of a war, internal or external, then you can stay in power forever. That's quite of a way of getting into that. And there was talk about Uribe having a third mandate. He had like 90% approval. The judges said no, and he didn't do it. So they did not have to trade democracy for security. I never believe in that. In particular, I don't believe in running against the Constitution, because that happened in my country, that happened in Honduras, that's what Maduro does. If, for the sake of having done something that is temporarily popular, we don't know if it's sustainable, you violate the Constitution, to me, I would never accept it as a trade-off. But given the time, Serge, if I may include one point that, on your first question, kind of reversing it, about the stereotypes of South America. I'll take the other side. What are things about South America that the world does not really know? I guarantee you everybody here has 2, 3, 4 lithium batteries. If I go to my backpack, I have 9 between the phones, the iPad, the Kindle, the watch, the recharger, the earphones, and what have you. I don't have a car yet. We have over 60% of the world's lithium in South America, in a triangle between Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. We have 25%. We're world champions of lithium. And that brings about great opportunities for the world that's coming. Climate change, you don't have to persuade me of climate change. I climb mountains. The snow line in the Andean mountains in Yamani, where I climb, the snow line has been reduced by 200 meters in the 30 years I've been climbing. That's not a mountaineering issue. That is water supply. So you don't have to persuade me that we have to move to lithium batteries, solar. But let me tell you that I'll close with the point that we were making at the beginning. Everybody wants to talk to South America now about the lithium. A lot of preaching, not enough practicing. China is leading the world in solar, in power. Read the New York Times. If you want to figure out how to make a lithium battery, I won't bore you with details. A tennis match On one side, Iranian racket. On the other side, Djokovic. Khomani, cobalt, manganese, nickel. On the other side, graphite. And the lithium is the balls, charge, discharge. Guess who's refining 2/3 to 95% of each of those elements that goes into a lithium battery? China. I was in China. I was flabbergasted. They have the green license plates. The streets are full of the green license plates, electric cars. They're making 55% of the cars, 2/3 of the batteries. They want to engage with South America. And when we go to Europe and say, the trade agreement that we've been talking about for a long, long, long time, it's not there. If you go to the US, we used to have a Republican majority and some Democrats that were open to trade. We used to have a Democratic majority and some Republicans that were open to migration. Now, in the US, they don't want our people, they don't want our products. Europe doesn't want to trade. China buys the commodities. They're doing the lithium batteries. And let me tell you that we could get to a situation where the future of electric batteries, lithium-driven with South American lithium, the production chain will go across the Pacific with China. Now, unless, and that'd be sad that with Europe, where we have the common shared democratic values, where we have better arrangements, that we cannot build a transatlantic commercial trade links, because then we will have missed that opportunity. And I think Europe ought to really wake up and say, South America's here, we're ready. I know we have a lot of defects. We practice a lot of integration. We don't preach a lot, we don't practice a lot. We're very good at talking, Mercosur, free trade and the South America, it's crap. Excuse my French, it doesn't work very well. The only place where Mercosur works is in the front line of European soccer teams. That's the only place where Argentina, Brasilia, Neymar, Messi, Suarez, they play together. Back there, not so much. But still, doing trade agreements with a bigger foreign entity, be it Europe, the US, or China, tends to give you rules of engagement vis-a-vis trade and investment that help you achieve what was done with you. But if you were able to use in Europe steel to integrate, perhaps we can use lithium in South America to do the same.
I'm very glad you brought up all these issues, because that was what I'd hoped to discuss next if we hadn't run out of time, which always happens. But I think that is really a key takeaway, that all these key minerals for the green future are in South America, and that only China seems to be seriously aware of that. I think that is a major point to make. I'm very sorry, but we have run out of time. So those who have questions, you can rush up here and attack the panelists. But I want to thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Very, very interesting, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia.
We didn't speak about the Amazon.
We didn't speak.
Thank you. Just a quick housekeeping note. We'll see you all at the Stoa of Atlos at around 6 p.m. We'll start, though, the proceedings at 6:30. But if anybody wants to arrive before then, at 5:30, the Democratic Odyssey, so that's the people who are working on the People's Assembly, the Transatlantic People's Assembly. Eve is here. We'll be gathering at 5:30, a bit earlier. So head over there pretty soon if you want to take part in that. Sorry?